It's just on the delay, right?
Last week, second down 10. And what a catch by Mims. He got it.
If he has good technique, he will be elite. If his technique becomes great, not just good, then he's a Hall of Famer.
Going down again. That's Q. Red Williams.
Fighting through contact, fighting through offensive line, being a double team, multiple moves stacked into one, just a play of pure domination. This is actual film. This is actual football talk. It's a football show. We're supposed to talk football, not storylines.
And you are listening to another edition of Blewett Blitz. I hope we're live late at night watching some Jets games with my friend Kyle Smith, who is here in person. Used to seeing us in the flesh. So we're going to discuss some Jets football. 10-7, Jets are going to the Super Bowl. We've already discussed this. I'm personally convinced that we're going all the way. Kyle, how do you feel? We're going all the way to the Super Bowl, or?
Yes. No. Clearly we're not. But dude, this guy was saying that after the first drive, we're going to the Super Bowl. He's very excited for this year, and I am too. He's on another level. Let me tell you. I don't know if it's the alcohol I'm talking. I think he's cracking one as we speak right now.
High noons. So a couple of brews in, long day for me. Wife's, even though it's my wife, but it's a bridal shower. So bridal shower, Kyle came over, few high noons, Yingling or two, some White Claws. Don't judge me on my alcohol selection, but I've had a couple. And we decided that we should stream. We decided a couple days ago we should probably stream for tonight, just because it's an interesting night. Obviously, Jets' first preseason game, the first time we've had hope since 2018. So it's been a couple of years that we've had hope. Obviously, it was Zach Wilson's first game as a Jet. We kind of, obviously in the preseason game, nothing meaningful. It still doesn't really count, but we want to discuss that. We want to discuss the offense, who looked good, who looked bad, who stood out. Obviously want to talk to you guys, which it's 11:02 at night, surprise stream. There are 41 of you guys in here right now. So I appreciate NY Jets Tales, John Rogers, Assassin, Eagle Fang, Ryan, Zach, Chris, Pete. Appreciate everybody in here. I know this wasn't supposed to happen. Jay, never seen you before. RTW, I've seen you before. Yosmir Boyce, I've seen you. Appreciate everybody. So we're just discussing with you guys too. I want to hear some of your thoughts. Again, it's a broadcast angle of the game, so I haven't watched the film. I don't necessarily, I can't break it down like we usually break it down, but let's get some instant reactions here. So we'll throw it to Kyle first while I try to see some of your chats catch up. I see there's a bunch of people chatting here, which, by the way, before I throw it to Kyle, a little bit jumbled. If you are a JetX subscriber, you have to prove to me that you are a subscriber, whether it be through a screenshot, whatever it may be. We are doing a fantasy league with myself, with Kyle, with Robbie Sabo, with Michael Nania. I know Eagles in there. I know Assassin's in there. So if you guys want to do a fantasy league, $25, simple buy-in, but there's going to be 16 teams. Let me know. Just throw it in the chat or email me, do whatever. But I want to get at least a couple of you who are subscribers into the Fantasy Football League so I can wax you all year. Would appreciate that. But Kyle, getting to the Jets game.
Just like he did in the Pick'em last year. He was really good in that.
With the 50 people who are in here, listen, first year JetX, I wanted to let you guys win to make you feel good and, all this stuff, camaraderie with the site people. But Kyle, first game overall impressions. I know we wrote some general notes about the game. Obviously, it's just a shit show of notes because it's a shit show. Like, it's this guy looked good on this rep, that guy looked good on that rep. Like, it's not really like formulated and kind of compiled into a really nice list. But overall, we're going to start from the hip. We're going to shoot from the hip. We're going to work through some stuff. Our first in-person live stream with me and Kyle. Maybe we'll do it some more, maybe not. Kyle's a little bit overrated. So we'll see.
What do you think, man? Ty Johnson, best running back right now?
Yeah, first game, and we're gonna discuss Michael Carter too. I think for the first game, on just the holes that we were seeing being opened, I would say Ty Johnson looked the best to me. Michael Carter to me looked a little bit not necessarily indecisive, but both you and I watched a rep where we saw a pretty big cutback lane that he did not hit. We also saw the punt return where he bobbled it a little bit, which is obviously not overly concerning. It's one play, but in general, I think Michael Carter
too. He had a bounce read and he didn't hit it.
Okay, yeah. So Kyle brought that up as we were watching too. So he had the bend read on his own play, and he had a bounce. So he missed 2 reads. I know I saw a couple of people on Twitter in general talking about how they thought he played pretty well. Michael Carter, not as impressive to me as Ty Johnson, which is fine. Again, it's a guy in his first game in the preseason against other NFL competitions. So he's not a finished product or anything like that. But to me, I think Ty Johnson looked like the best back. And then we also heard during the game, I don't think we heard pregame, I don't know if anybody in the chat did, mention if you did, that Coleman was out for, you said for
I saw it on Twitter.
Personal reasons, right?
Personal reasons.
Yeah. So he obviously didn't play, but again, if you are a subscriber to the show, not the highest on Coleman and just his reads and how big of steps he makes and things like that. So I don't think he's going to be a primary back anyway, but we talked about it before in streams where I think in general, I think it's going to be Ty Johnson and Michael Carter as the number 1 and 2. I don't know if you saw anything different tonight that would kind of sway you from that opinion or not.
No, I agree. I mean, like we were wondering why it took Adams so long to get in the game, but then when he did come in, he ripped off a nice run too.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope he gets some more burn in some of the later preseason games and stuff too, because honestly, I mean, Coleman will probably go down at some point this year, and we might have to see Adams come in. So it'd be nice to see him in this offense. Corey Davis, stud, man.
We're going to the positives. We're going to do the positives for now. So Ty Johnson hitting some holes, fast, decisive. We saw that last year with the Raiders game. We saw it in a couple of other games with Ty Johnson in general. And just in general, we think he's kind of an underrated back for the Jets. I think me and Kyle both share that opinion. So he showed out pretty well tonight. I'm not sure what the stat lines are. I don't have any stats in it or anything down. Again, we're watching. We literally just walked upstairs and started recording this. So he looked good. Ty Johnson, I saw Pete, I believe Pete said it or somebody in the chat said it. I'll find it in a second. Who said he looked, Lewis, what's up, Lewis? Said Carter looked hesitant, nothing crazy. No, nothing crazy bad. But there were a couple of runs that Kyle and I saw where like kind of like, okay, he could have made a different move there, different cut, different read. Obviously, as a punt returner, you want to see a guy bobble a ball ever. So that's not a positive. So we're just saying in terms of the best player as a running back today, it was Ty Johnson for both of us pretty clearly, which is good because he's more of an unheralded guy where if he could take a step up and be that, Raheem Mostert type guy, that speed back in the wide zone offense, he could be a big aid to the Jets offense if he is a positive. So moving on to Corey Davis, though, like you said, Kyle, in general, the last couple of weeks, we've heard that Corey Davis is starting to become Zach Wilson's safety blanket. Positive, obviously, because there's a lot about Elijah Moore. Now it's kind of bending a little bit back to Corey Davis being like the number 1 guy for Zach Wilson, which having plenty of options is a good thing. And you made a good point tonight that a couple of out routes, or at least the one out route, you said that he looked really, really good on that break. And in general, we've discussed it before where we talk about more of the 90-degree cuts, out routes, in breaking routes. He's really a good player. When you get to more vertical and back breaking routes, he's not as good. But in terms of this offense with a lot of, stretch zone fakes and over routes, it's more of the cuts across the field that are more prominent in this offense. And he looked good at that tonight, made some good catches, got open. You pointed out some good route running as well while we were watching the game. So I thought he played pretty well. And he looked like a number 1 for the what he played 2 drives.
Yeah, and I bring it up for another reason too. I mean, we're seeing a pattern. And I went to the green and white scrimmage last week, and he was hitting those routes over and over and over again. He made an amazing catch on an out route in the green and white. And another reason I bring it up too is probably one of Zach Wilson's best throws in college was throwing the out route. And I said this so many times on the stream before, if you look at his tape, you will see him in college with the far hashes he's making. And this is one of the reasons, like, anyone tried to discredit Zach Wilson's arm talent, you are fucking blind. His tape is littered with opposite hash throws in college football. And we saw one tonight And I think it was Corey Davis who caught this one.
To the left sideline?
Yeah.
Left sideline, Corey Davis.
So he saw opposite hash, out route throw, and bam, it was on time. And that may not even been his best throw of the night, too. That one that he had in third down.
He was like a stop right over the middle or whatever it was, and we both watched. We couldn't even see the ball in person.
That was a dart, man.
Yeah. We were both pretty pumped about the dart. And getting to Wilson again. I'm sure a lot of people have seen the tweets. I'm not sure who out of the 92 people in here. Which, by the way, awesome showing for a show at 11 o'clock. So I appreciate everybody in here. What was like PFN? Was it no Pro Football Talk? I think it was on Twitter. Like everybody was like, "Oh, good start for Zach Wilson. Good start for Zach Wilson." Like all these sites, and then Pro Football Talk, who put out a tweet about Trevor Lawrence's stat line, who said it was a good game for Lawrence. Wilson,
despite a slow start, Zach Wilson had the same stat line, and they're like, "Oh, slow start for the rookie quarterback." Quiet night. So, but overall, we both thought that he looked pretty decisive. We saw a good zip on the ball. The one throw to Corey Davis, third down in the red zone. It's another play I want to watch again. Obviously, watching it and breaking it down, you watch it multiple times. It looked like Corey Davis was running an in route, and he either Zach Wilson or Corey Davis saw that there was a corner driving from inside where he was going to kind of either sit the route down or bend it back to the outside and break back outside. And Wilson seemed to think he was going to continue it inside. Where again in live time, looked ahead of miscommunication. So he's trying to force it, but I think it was because he thought Davis was going to continue on his route, where Davis kind of thought he should sit it down or bend it back outside. I can't tell if he's going to bend it back outside or not, but in general, it looked like more of a miscommunication than complete misfire. So, but in general, like that, the out route, it's to be expected. I mean, some number one wide receivers and their quarterbacks have been thrown with each other for years, have been in the same system for years. Take like Matt Ryan and Julio Jones, for example. It's going to take time with these guys, but eventually they'll get it down. So it's to be expected at this point in time.
Yeah, exactly. But you had the Corey Davis out route, which was good. And you had the throw to who was that receiver on that stop route? Whoever that was. Again, it's
Crowder?
I don't know if it was Crowder. Somebody in the chat will throw it out there. Who were in that stop route? Who's like in between two or three guys in the middle. That was a good throw. But other than that, like again, decisive, pretty clean. Arm looked clean, footwork looked clean. Getting rid of the ball with good timing. You know, again, that missed throw to Davis. I don't think it was anything to worry about, to be completely honest. But for his first game, Kyle, like let's be honest, like we watched, you know, a couple of quarterbacks today, Justin Fields throw a Y leak wide open for a big gain, and people were going nuts. And like, and to me personally, I wasn't super worried.
Those two throws that we were talking about with Wilson, both those throws are more impressive than that Y leak touchdown. Okay,
it was Cole. It was Cole over the middle. Okay. And I saw Eagle before say that Cole didn't look so great. Now Cole, again, this is the problem with broadcast, and Eagle knows this because Eagle's one of our biggest supporters and does the timestamps for us. Like, broadcast is different than what we're going to see on film. And the problem with the preseason, it sucks, is you're not going to get a lot of film from the preseason. You get no film from the preseason. So I wouldn't be overly concerned. Cole is a good player. We both like Cole's, I think, more than other Jets fans, Kyle. But in general, Wilson was good, and kind of rounding out back to that because we started to go to Cole before we addressed Wilson. Again, impromptu, 124 people. You guys are freaking awesome. But getting your thoughts on Wilson, a guy who is usually overly critical. Kyle, what do you think?
I think he looks good, man. I want to bring up something, too, that I was talking to Joe about, which I don't know if other people noticed this, and I could be wrong about this. I'm just judging based on what I saw while I was at the stadium, and it's not like I have a broadcast thing. I can go on NFL Game Pass and kind of look this up. I would only be able to look it up by the Twitter thing. But I saw something from Zach Wilson last week that kind of impressed me. And Joe didn't see it, so, you know, I could be wrong about this. I'm just going to put it out there. You know, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe some of you guys can find the clip I'm talking about. It was Elijah Moore on the big catch that he had last week. He ran like a slant route. It was just him and Bless were the only receiver and corner on that side of the field. And Bless, I can't remember how many yards he was off him when he was defending him. Bless he sees it's going to be a slant. He tries to jump it. Instead of Wilson throwing the ball inside, he hangs it a little bit outside of Moore where Bless can't get it. And then Moore catches it, and then he has a big run after the catch, probably like 30-something yards or something like that. Now, I don't know if that was Wilson's intent. I can't say for 100% certainty, and I don't have the camera angles to go back and look at it. But I think Wilson sees Bless trying to, jump on the ball, so he purposely puts it on inside. And to me, that showed just kind of a nuance of critical thinking within the game. Okay, this is where I need to put it. And that's some kind of advanced level stuff. So to me, overall, last week was kind of more bad than good. But when you combine some of what we saw last week, you still kind of see the talent there. And what you saw this week, you got to be pretty optimistic.
Yeah, that paired with tonight. And again, like a lot of people are going crazy about the practices he's had and the green and white scrimmage and all this stuff. And again, he's trying to work out some kinks in general. I rather have, and we agree on this, I know that, Kyle, you rather have a quarterback who's a little bit more aggressive in practice than a quarterback who's too reserved. You can't really teach a guy to be more aggressive in an NFL game with live bullets flying, where you can teach them to be more conservative. So yeah, he might throw a pick or two trying to figure out if he could fit a ball into Mosley. And I think that was a quote from practice recently where he basically said, hey, I was trying to figure out if I could fit that ball in there. And he said, I told the coaches after, I know I probably should have checked it down. Like he's just trying to work some stuff out. But in general, again, pretty good game from Wilson. We'll watch it.
I want to pick your brain with something about Wilson.
Remember, there's a couple high noons in me, Kyle. So let's be careful here.
Serious too.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna get to the chat too. I see a lot of guys in the chat. I'll start answering some questions.
I'm gonna ask you a true or false question first.
False.
Let me make the statement first. Zach Wilson played very loose in college. True or false?
Yeah. True. Yeah.
He looks stiffer right now than he did in college, right? Am I the only one who's seeing that?
You specifically mentioned that on the drops from center. Is that what you're kind of talking about, or just in terms of
more than
just in terms of movement, like being able to like freely move throughout the pocket and out of the pocket?
Yeah.
Like he's trying to play instructor and he's thinking a little bit maybe.
Yeah, and even
which
his throw motion wind up from that standpoint too. He doesn't look as loose as he did in college, and I think he's probably just because he's thinking at this point. And when you're thinking more, you don't play as loose, you don't play as comfortably.
Which
is just to be expected. But I'm just wondering if I'm just seeing something, or am I just making assumptions?
I maybe a little bit of both.
Okay.
Maybe because we're watching him with such like a focused eye right now. Like we're trying to maybe overanalyze what he's doing. But in certain aspects, yeah, he's not maybe moving as much and jump throwing as much and all the stuff he did. Like I think he's trying to maybe play in more structure. What's funny? Something's funny in the chat. Kyle's gonna bring up. Yeah. So no, I maybe he looks a little bit more tight. But is it expected for a rookie in his first preseason game against legit NFL competition? Even though the Giants didn't play their starters, and we can argue if the Giants are legit competition anyway, because me and Kyle. Kyle, I figured out, is not a very big Giants guy.
I told you this.
We'd be watching the game randomly, and it's like almost like kind of like a tick or like something we should probably be concerned about as Jets fans, just in general, like bringing Kyle to a Giants game. He'd just be like, you know what, man, I fucking hate the Giants. I'm like, dude.
They're my least favorite. And honestly, it's not even a close two. I hate the Giants more than any other team, including the Patriots.
Yeah, so that was apparent. Watching with Kyle, it's a little bit nerve-wracking for him to be sitting this close to me. I feel like I should probably gain some distance just based on his temperament tonight towards the Giants. But yeah, true. But I'm not thinking about murdering the Giants. But it's okay. So,
by the way, how's my sound? Even though I'm not.
Yeah, let us know about that, because this is the first time I'm a little bit closer. But let us know if Kyle's sound sucks, or I know Rusty Springer will hate you guys if you criticize the fan or the light in the background, but it's kind of what we had to work with. So I apologize for that. Kyle, let's get to the chat a little bit too. We have a lot to talk about, sure, like more with the game. But
yeah, no, I'm not wearing eyeliner. Whoever said that.
It's 2021. Let's not judge people. So a lot of stuff in the chat. I can't get back to the beginning because there's way too many comments, like way too many. Josh Johnson didn't play today, right? We didn't play in the green and white. We didn't see him. I see Pete said, "Yo, what's up?" Cut Walter. That was a running back who fumbled at the end, right? That was Walter, whatever the hell his name is.
Walter what? Sorry, someone said I sound like I'm in a well.
Do you want to move? Maybe you can.
No, I'm good.
In a well. Hi from Australia, John Rogers. I don't know if I've seen you in here before. Was Walter the guy?
Oh, you talking about the defensive back?
Who the hell is Walter? Is that? No, it's a running back. Austin
35.
Austin Walter, right?
Yeah, he's not going to make the team.
But what mistake did he make at the end? That I'm forgetting about right now. Tell me in the chat. But I know one guy who fumbled the ball.
Towards the end of the game, Joe and I were kind of, when all these bums were in, Joe and I were kind of talking about some other stuff. Too.
Yeah. We got into some discussions again.
By the way, he's putting out a film breakdown. It'll be out early this week. So
a film breakdown of the broadcast angle doesn't count. It's like a half of a film breakdown. It's not even that good. So yeah, Yaboa blew it up today.
If you want that, you got to subscribe to the site.
Fully, if you want it fully. Yaboa blew it up today. Again, I didn't see Yaboa too much, and I'll watch him more with a close eye. Just in terms of like how he got off the line scrimmage. Again, broadcast really cuts off like 75% of what I need. But
he's garbage, man.
The fact that, listen, you don't get a lot of touches. The receiver, I think it was DJ Montgomery who almost caught that ball on the sideline. First view, it looked a little bit worse than it was. But in general, when you're a low guy on the totem pole fighting for a roster spot, you have to make plays. And especially not stand out negatively. And for Yaboa to fumble a ball on, like, he ran to the flat, tried to turn upfield, fumbled the ball. Listen, he's fighting for a roster spot. Like, you
sack too.
You assume Herndon's safe. You assume Croft is safe. And you assume Wesco is safe right now because he's either a fullback tight end hybrid. So then you probably have one more spot. And that's either Yaboa, you have Ryan Griffin, you have Daniel Brown. But, like, listen, guys, and I know a lot of people hype up Jets players, and we do this all the time, and it's just what we do. This was a draft class with I think like 100 less prospects than there were in previous years. So we had less prospects, and Yaboa was still undrafted. There's a reason he was undrafted, guys. Like, I think he has some potential, but for you to come out in your first game and fumble the ball, does he have some athletic traits you like? Sure. But did he alligator arm stuff over the middle? Was his route running not very defined? Yes. Like, just in general, Kyle, I'll keep getting to the chat because there's a lot of like stuff in here. Yaboa was the first thing I saw. I didn't see him stand out a lot. And the one time I did see him stand out, he fumbled the ball. So he needs to bounce back in his next 2 games because he's fighting for a roster spot at this point. Like, let's not just act like he's a lock because some people saw him on a mock draft. Like, there's a reason he was undrafted, and he didn't help himself tonight.
The chances of him making this team are extremely, extremely low. Thank you, Eagle Fang. I see what she said.
He likes your eyeliner?
I said it from the beginning. No, there's no eyeliner. Said it from the beginning. He doesn't impress me at all. You did a film breakdown on him. You were just as much unimpressed as I was. And if you watch Joe Blewett's film breakdown, look at all Yaboa's big plays. They're him running up down the middle, uncovered, or he's running free in the end zone based on some kind of trickery. You're not seeing him, beat guys who have tight man coverage on him, and he's just making an amazing catch where he's extending his arms or he's pushing someone off, boxing someone out. I mean, you don't see any of that.
And he did do that in college. Yeah, like you're saying
his college shape is terrible. And I mean, again, like towards the end of the game, it was kind of not watching it with as keen as as I would during a real legit game.
Yeah, of course.
Especially as we were at the beginning of the game. I'm pretty sure he gave up a sack too later on in the game too. So I mean, like the chance of this dude making the team are extremely low.
By the way, another comment or another point. Salah running up the stairs pregame, instant half chub. Like I was very excited about Salah doing that as well. So just another point. I literally just thought about that for some reason. I saw somebody said Salah has them competing. I just thought about Salah and my coach running up the stairs before the game. Nothing better. Somebody brought up. Zach said Jets fans never sleep. Never. I can't sleep, especially having to do all this stuff I do for the site and stuff. 164 people. I'm thoroughly impressed with you guys right now. Kyle.
Yeah, we weren't expecting this.
We were expecting like 50 people. So the fact that there's now 167. So this is what Kyle. So one, we're going to talk about Huffin a little bit. And Kyle's telling you guys to watch reviews, but then he says to watch them and doesn't watch the Huff review, which is
it's the only one I haven't watched, and I'm gonna watch it.
And the guy
Huff's turning into a player.
Huff is a player, and then somebody else mentioned another guy who Kyle.
By the way, Huff was on my team, which by the way, since it's our last stream, I won the best team too. So I keep smacking Blewett and everything. Kicked his ass in bowling.
Mm-hmm.
I beat his ass.
We're going bowling again. He talks way too much shit.
I beat him in the pick'em, last year's pick'em. I'm gonna kick his ass.
If I knew Kyle was gonna talk shit about bowling for 3 years after beating me, I would have tried harder. Let's just say that.
There's 3 straight games of basketball.
Yeah, hey, bumpers help a lot, my guy.
I didn't.
So another guy that Kyle said, and it's apparently just a hate for defensive tackles. You know, Quinnen Williams sucks. Fado Kasi sucks. Just says all of our defensive tackle sucks. And he said Jonathan Marshall as a 6th round pick. I just don't get it. The guy just sucks. And I said, Kyle, listen, man. Guy has elite athleticism, 9.99 RAS score last couple of years. These are the guys you want to take towards the end of the draft. You either want to take a shot, and it's my personal philosophy. 1, guys who have injuries who you think you can maintain their health. Or 2, guys who are really undeveloped technically, but are super uber athletic, who you could develop. Kyle didn't get the pick. Kyle, I think Jonathan Marshall had a sack and a safety tonight. I could be wrong, but I think a sack and a safety today. So, are you sorry?
Yes and no. And again, if you guys haven't caught on already, for those of you who might be new, he's kind of playing bad guy right now, and he's exaggerating a little bit. Because I never said Quinnen Williams sucked. I like Quinnen Williams. I just don't say he's elite like he does. Anyway, that's a different story. We're talking about Jonathan Marshall right now.
Kyle was watching the radio broadcast or listening to the radio broadcast the second half of last year. But
we did a live stream shortly after the draft. And we had drafted all those players, and we had all these UDFAs as well. I tried to watch as many as we could before that one stream. So I watched one game of the lower end prospects. So I watched one game of Jonathan Marshall, and I'm pretty sure it was against Ole Miss, and he was a lazy piece of crap in that game. Wow. You know he was lazy in that game. All right? I watched your review of him, and I said, okay, I'm definitely higher on him after this. But, dude, he impressed tonight. Let's be honest. He impressed, especially when he uses his hands properly, which we did see at times too, where he just kind of, there was one time where he still got a pressure, but he's going against some bum who's going to be selling insurance at the end of the year.
Keep downplaying Jonathan Marshall. It's okay. No, it's okay.
He dove in. He split the center and the guard, and he rammed in there with his shoulders and stuff too. I would have liked, you can initially run in with your shoulders too, but eventually you got to throw your hands in there and throw like a rip or something like that. So it worked then, but it won't always work. But when he was using his hands tonight, looked pretty good. Hey, listen.
So you apologize is what you're saying. In a long form, you apologize.
I apologize, but
somebody
I also appreciate if you apologize for mischaracterizing me.
No. So somebody said Jay, and by the way, I don't know who it was. I'm trying to go all over in the chat. I'm like 11:03 in the chat right now, so we're gonna have to go back. But somebody said they like the Mims shirt, which, by the way, okay. Well, hold on, Mims, real quick. One, he looked good when he was in the game. That yak play, which, by the way, for not a yak guy in college who was consistently throwing fade and 9 balls, is not the most conducive routes to getting yak. So that's the reason, because people type in whatever they do on PFF or these websites, yak, and how much yak did he get? Oh, 0.067 yards. Oh, he sucks at yak. But there's no context into that to say he ran fades, like obviously being exaggerating 50% of the time, and fades are the least conducive route to getting yak. So now he's not a good yak guy because of all your stupid fucking stats out there. Sorry. This is not a PG-13 stream. Kyle already dropped an F-bomb, so I feel like I'm free to. You did. So
sorry.
It's okay. It's not a PG-13 stream, I guess, tonight. But overall tonight when he was in, he looked good. Strong hands. You watched one release where he didn't get the ball and you're like, holy shit, like super physical off that release. And then obviously that one play where he broke 5, 6, not the best tackle attempts, but overall. But so he looked good, and that's why I'm mentioning that the shirt, Mims, gotta love it. Jet X, we'll put him back up on the market eventually.
Hold on, slow it down a moment. So you got some people here that are probably a little bit newer to the game, probably learning to study film more. Explain to some people why catching a 9 route or go route, whatever you want to call it, why it's not as conducive for gaining yak.
Because there's usually a guy on you. When you run a fade, you're not really trying to create you're trying to create separation, but you're running vertically, and it's more of like a delayed route. I'm trying to think of like how to technically like word that, where you're trying to just get outside leverage and catch a ball to your back shoulder. So it's not like you're running a slant and trying to like separate a guy while running full speed, where that's more of like a delayed route. And typically that's in the red zone or in spots where you don't necessarily have to get yak. It's kind of hard to explain.
And you go out of bounds oftentimes.
It's typically a ball that's higher. You're not trying to lead a guy for yak to get extra yards. It's on a slant like CeeDee Lamb ran at Oklahoma. You're not working into space. You run a fade, and unless you're Bless Austin, it's more of a slow route that you're going to be able to get back on, and you have to extend and get up for the ball. So when you catch it, now you have to break a tackle from running 40% speed. Like you're not carrying your momentum into that catch like Elijah Moore on a dig. You're up in the air, you come down, and now the guy's completely wrapped on you, so you're not going to break a lot of tackles. Again, it's not a slant, it's not a drag, it's not an over. It's not a dig, where they're trying to lead you past or away from that defender. So, again, it's not conducive to. I don't know if I explained that the best. You're expecting me to explain. He's asking me to explain stuff like many deep. So if I didn't explain it the best, Kali, is there anything else you want to add to that? Like, why is there not?
Listen, if you're not down to do a stream, maybe you should be doing a stream. I don't know.
Okay, there's 170 people in here who are here for it. So actually, almost 180.
Yeah, you
so
explained it pretty good. And dude, if you guys think that Denzel Mims can't get yak, dude, the dude is physical.
Watch the Pats game last year too.
He's physical as hell. Yeah. J.C. Jackson, who's pretty good corner in the league, certainly a physical guy.
Good
Watch
tackler.
Denzel Mims throw him around with stiff arms and stuff like this. Dude, I know tonight he was going against backups and stuff. He's dragging dudes. That's a 3rd and 18. He caught the ball probably 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage and dragged and ran a couple yards and dragged basically like almost 10 yards. 5 to 7. We're like because like at that point, like we're watching, we're still bullshitting with each other at the same time, but we're like, catches the ball, we're like, okay, catch, but like dude,
we're like, oh shit, holy shit, oh my god, holy shit, he got the first down. We're like, what?
Like, dude, we would have been happy if he got like 3 yards short, but he got the first down.
Yeah, no, we did not expect that. So again, but now the second fold into that conversation is, okay, he played great, but why are Vincent Smith and Jeff Smith getting snaps over him?
Yeah, and dude, you can't honestly make an argument that either one of those guys are a more talented receiver than him. There is zero evidence from the only. And by the way, you notice at the beginning of the game, he's on kickoff and kick return. Mm-hmm. You are not going to see Denzel Mims on kickoff and kick return. You
mentioned that in the very first kickoff of the game.
Like, good eye.
Yeah.
Dude, the only reason I could think of is this they're trying to motivate him in some way, whatever. I don't know. Maybe they don't think his work ethic's up to snuff. Listen, anyone who watches Denzel Mims tape, you can clearly see this is a very talented player. And maybe the Jets organization feels that he's not living up to his talent, so they're trying to motivate him in these ways. I don't know. It's just a theory I have out there.
And it's a combination too, because we brought that up when we discussed it. And again, listen, go back and watch that review. Marcus Coleman played 11 years in the NFL. He thought he could be a legit number 1 wide receiver. Do we expect that now? Maybe, maybe not. But we're looking at a guy who didn't have a preseason last year, didn't have the beginning of the season, didn't have a training camp, came in, played with Flacco. And if he played with like he did with Flacco over an entire season, we would be like, holy shit, like this is a good number 2 at the minimum we have right now. Play with Darnold. It dropped him down because he didn't get a lot of receiving yards because it's just Darnold and he's more of a vertical guy. Now, just because he's a vertical guy, does that mean he's a bad fit for the offense? I don't necessarily think so. And I brought this up to Kyle while we were watching the game. What's so different between Denzel Mims and Corey Davis? If anything, Mims is more physically talented than Davis. But to continue on to the point, Marcus Coleman, who played 11 years in the NFL, agreed with me when I said, and I compared him to A.J. Green coming out of the draft. More of a skinny, lanky guy, can go outside of his frame a lot, is pretty fast, not a blazer. I don't think he's a 4.3, type of guy. I think he's more of like a low 4.4 guy. But in general, like he has the physical makeup of a number 1 receiver in the NFL. So number 2, whatever all these people are bullshit that people are going to bring up, like, oh, I would be happy with him as a number 2, good number 2, can only work vertical. I think it's bullshit. One, because he showed the ability to run routes in college. He showed good releases in college. Now, in his first year in the NFL, did he rush his releases? In my opinion, that's what he was doing, rushing his releases. Yes. Does he have to work on certain releases? 100%. But to act like he can't be a fit in this offense, to act like he is only a vertical guy, he's not very talented. Like, a vertical guy to me is like a guy I didn't want in the draft who got drafted before Denzel Mims was like a Pittman. I remember bringing up Pittman before. I don't know if it was with you, Kyle, or whatever I was doing, but like Michael Pittman's a guy who's more of a vertical, more of like a good number 2, but doesn't have the ceiling to be number 1, where Mims can fit, I think, in any offense. But saying he can't fit and saying, okay, maybe he needs more development to fit are two different conversations. So I think people are incorrectly kind of labeling him into like that, like Kelvin Benjamin, like big bodied receiver who can't do anything else type of receiver. And that's a really bad example. It's the first guy who came to my top of my head. But so it's a question about why did he come in? And that's something else I wanted to touch on again. There's a lot of thoughts running through my mind. Something I brought up to Kyle during the game was, okay, you have Elijah Moore, who is balling out. Like, that just is what it is. Like, he may be the next like big rookie coming through the NFL. So he's above Mims. Okay. Crowder, clearly above Mims. You know, he's a vet who's a top, being unbiased, top half of the league slot receiver, even top 10, most likely. Who people underrate, to be completely honest. Corey Davis, obviously going to be above Mims. Then you have Keelan Cole, who is this is his 5th year in the NFL, who's a good route runner, who has good timing. So yeah, he's above Mims. So Mims coming into it may be the 5th wide receiver because he needs a lot of work, because he didn't get a lot of work in his rookie season. So that's might be why he's pushed down a little bit, working with the 2nd and 3rd team and working on special teams. And he played well when he was in the game, but it is still a concern that he was playing below guys like Jeff and Vincent Smith. So we don't know the full story. I would say it's the most interesting story of, obviously minus Zach Wilson. It's the most interesting story of the offseason right now in terms of like just kind of like what the hell is going on here. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. I just want to touch on the yak thing one more time. And I think it's like when people think of a yak guy, they oftentimes think of a guy who's relatively on the short side, under 6 feet, and they make violent, really sudden cuts. Mims is not that. I mean, Mims is 6'3", but he's got like these really long legs. Like, Mims has really long legs, short kind of midsection, right? So like he's kind of just like a long strider, and there's something like it kind of like when he's got the ball in his hands and he's running, it might not look as sexy as like a short, Tyreek kind of Hill kind of guy making drastic cuts. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't shy away from the fact that he still can get yak, and he might do it in more of a physical way, throwing stiff arms and things like that, and dragging guys after he get it. He might not be this guy who's going to just make this violent cut, Deebo Samuel style on the drop of a dime, but he can still get yak is the point. So when people say he's not a fit for the offense, you're really kind of short.
Now, do you want him on like so we're talking about like yak and what context? You know, like, because this offense is more about like yak on like over routes, under routes, drags, where if you're going to talk to me about Mims in terms of being a yak guy on a bubble screen, a shield screen, a smoke screen, you want more of an Elijah Moore, a guy who's a little bit more twitchy on those plays because you have to react quicker. But in terms of a guy who's going to have full speed and full momentum going into a yak type play, Mims is up there. Like he's a better yak guy than Corey Davis, in my opinion, from what I've watched.
And oftentimes you don't think about yak in this regard. You think about yak on like a shorter route where the guy's going to catch it while he's still in a good stride. But Mims is good in terms of yak on like curls and comebacks because he's a hands catcher who extends, catches. And when you do that, you're catching the ball quicker rather than waiting it for you to come to you. So you can turn quicker before the defender closes in on you.
Yeah.
So he's pretty good at getting yak, another yard or two.
Brandon Marshall was like that too.
Exactly.
So, and that's the thing too, like with a lot of those plays, like curls, whatever it may be, a lot of times the corner is obviously diving or kind of off balance when they're contesting the ball. And he just has the strength to naturally stand up to that. But to get back to the chat a little bit, Zuniga, somebody mentioned Zuniga. mentioned Zuniga positively in any way, which again, at this point, by the way, it's Saturday night, 11:48 p.m. By the way, 182 people in here. I can do this freaking all night. I think Nania's going to come here soon too. So if you want to hear some Nania, he's going to be in here. I don't know if Kyle's going to be here or what we're doing. Kyle, you going to sleep over? What's the deal?
I'm on summer break, man.
No, so yeah. So somebody mentioned Zuniga. I didn't see him really make a play in any.
Dude, I haven't seen Zuniga make a play in a Jets uniform.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, you're right.
Period. Not one.
Yeah. Yeah. So and with the roster prediction, we're doing it on Thursday at 6 p.m. Hopefully you'll be there. He has a tough spot. Like you can't tell me that based on his level of play, like we can go through the DNs on the roster. Like he's not Bryce Huff has proved a lot more. Obviously Lawson has. Obviously, Blair has.
Dude, you want to be honest?
So let's go through the DNs. The DNs. We're not going to go through the tackles. The tackles.
I got a hot take, though.
Drop your hot take. Go ahead. Very hot.
I'm having trouble remembering his name, though.
Not a good start.
The other Florida defensive end edge rusher that we drafted the year before, who we cut.
Ja'Kai
Polite has made more of an impact in the NFL than Jabari.
Yeah, he had a sack for the Rams. He had a sack for the Rams, right?
Yeah,
I think last year. So, yeah, like again, we're talking about D tackles. We have 4 or 5 guys who we'd like to keep over Zuniga, right? Like we're gonna say obviously Q. We're gonna say Rankins. We're gonna say Fadokasi. Marshall has proved more, even in his first year than Zuniga did. Jonathan Marshall tonight proved more than Zuniga has ever. So that's 5 guys already, and we can even cut Jonathan Marshall out there, regardless. But then we go to DNs. We have what? Carl Lawson, Curry.
You think Lawson's on the roster bubble?
No, he didn't have a sack tonight. I was very disappointed. So he only played 1 drive, I think. So we have.
Dude, he would have though, but Huff got there.
Huff got there first. So we have Lawson, Blair, Curry, JFM if you want to count him, and then you're looking at like the 10th, 11th guys on the roster. Like, tell me why he should make the roster over Kyle Phillips right now. Why? Kyle Phillips in his first year was really good. So Zuniga's fighting for a spot. So it's not good.
Really good compared to what we thought he was going to be.
Yeah. Eagle Fang just said P. Ryan in cap letters. Overall, we watched him. I think he was generally pretty good. And then that one run, I think we both mentioned. I think you mentioned the first call. Like, oh, nice patience. Like really, really good job hitting that hole.
Yeah. Which,
in general, last year, again, rookie adjusting to the NFL, didn't have preseason, didn't have training camp. He struggled with his vision and his reads a little bit last year. But so far throughout camp, at least the last couple of weeks, and through one game, he had, at the minimum, which was a question a couple of weeks ago, looked like a guy who should be on the roster. That's it? That's all you have?
I thought you were going to say more.
No, well, Kyle, so podcasting 101. So when I pause and kind of like look like, I'm expecting.
No, that's not true. Sometimes you go to look at the chat and you want to say something based on the chat.
Okay, so go ahead.
Listen, you're the guy who's got the name in the show. I'm just playing second fiddle.
You also have a name.
I didn't get my size 8 font yet.
That's Michael Malian's fault, actually.
No. P. Ryan definitely looks like he's an improved player, too. And he played with some pretty good power tonight, too. I mean, they ran him on a couple short yardage situations, and he got the touchdown, obviously. So,
yeah.
The Jets were stopped. Ty Johnson on that one goal line play. And I don't really blame that on Johnson. The O-line didn't get enough of a push. But, sometimes a running back can still, plunge forward a little bit. We didn't see that from some other backs, but we did see that from P. Ryan tonight. So,
P. Ryan looked good.
The one play where we said he looked patient. I can't remember exactly what the type of run was, but he got out on the outside.
To the left.
And, he was pushing his blockers and waiting until his blockers got on their blocks before he squirted through. So, he looked pretty good in spare time. I think Eagle's a little bit too high on P. Ryan, to be honest.
He's biased. That's okay. He'll admit it.
Is he a Florida guy? Oh, he is a Florida guy.
He's from Florida. Yeah. He'll admit it. But I'm going to run through the chat pretty quick. We're pretty far back, or I'm pretty far back right now. John Ryder said motion in the offense. Yeah, we did see that, and that's nice to see. We noticed a lot of 12 personnel and 21 personnel in the beginning, which we thought there might be less of because of the Jets receivers. But overall, they ran the ball pretty well. The offensive line performed well. Jets still have a kicker problem. it's something that we talked about in general with Joe Douglas was that he's negated backup quarterback and he's negated kicker to me. And Nugar missed a kick. I said we bet like not like a real bet, but I said, is he gonna miss it or make it? You're like, oh, he's gonna make it. I was like, he's gonna shank it right. He actually shanked it left and short. But
yeah, it was big.
But they said, did Amendola miss anything else? Somebody in the chat tell me. Did Amendola miss anything else other than?
I don't think so. And I'll tell you what, he looked better at the green and white.
Stronger leg, right? That's what everybody was saying from the green and white. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, one thing about Nagar, I mean, when you think about his kick tonight, it was obviously low, but a lot of his kicks, and I'm sure a lot of them probably didn't even get clipped on Twitter, but a lot of them were really, really low. So
Knicks Integra. Yo, let's go, fellas. Get us a little Jets chant. Knicks, I've never seen you here, but welcome.
Carmelo says West will be very important in the scheme.
How far are you down here?
It's telling me I'm in live time. I don't know.
Oh, I am way up in the chat. We're gonna have to address those later. I'm at 11:08 p.m. I got like 40 minutes of chat to talk about here, Kyle. That's what we call jumping the gun.
Oh, I guess I don't know. Maybe you're.
I'm way back. I'm trying to address everybody. Hey guys,
listen,
I'm sorry.
You're on your Wi-Fi. I don't have your Wi-Fi password. That's why. Probably.
Oh, you're right. Actually,
Yeah.
I should probably give that to you. So,
well, hold on. Someone said West is going to be really important in this whole. I don't think so, man. Because we were talking about use check before, and we were talking about how good he is as a route runner. You watch clips from training camp. This dude is running seam routes, and he's burning Fred Warner, who's one of the best coverage linebackers in the league downfield.
Probably the best.
Wesco can clear guys out when he's being the lead blocker. But if you're asking him to catch a ball horizontally, let's say it's a boot action, Wesco has to come out, he's running a flat route. You're asking him to catch a ball, tuck it, and turn. It's not his game, man. Like he can fall forward and give you a couple extra yards, but he's a plotter, man. He's slow. He's unathletic.
If he was to catch like a Y leaker or Y throwback and he was to get momentum, like he might be hard to bring down. But in terms of like catching a ball quickly, turning outfield like a use check, it's not gonna happen. But if you're talking about like a generic, more of a fullback in the league, then that's what we're talking about with Wesco. We're not talking about a use check type of guy. So he'll be important in terms of being a fullback. And I think that's something that people have probably underrated about him. People say, I don't know if he can block as a fullback. You didn't watch last year then. You didn't watch it close enough because watching him last year, there's threads out there that I've personally done. Wesco was pretty damn good as a fullback when he lined up as a fullback last year. So I think he's good. I just don't think he'll be as like if you're expecting a use check, you're mistaken. But if you're expecting a competent fullback, like a strict fullback, then yeah, he'll be fine. Tommy R, again, I'm sorry if you guys are not in the chat. I'm just trying to get to everything. Again, if you're on, I saw a super chat way down. If you're gonna throw those, appreciate it.
Big shout out to
whoever threw the super chat again.
I'll look up and find it.
There's a lot of subscribers, so I don't ask for a lot of super chats, but we appreciate it. I'll throw it to Kyle for gas money to get back to to his residence.
Daniel Faust, thank you, Daniel.
Was there a question attached to it or no?
No, I don't think so.
Daniel, you're the man. Just wanted to throw it out there. I appreciate you, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. Tommy R, thoughts on the O-line play? Good. I think the pass blocking was pretty good. The run blocking, we saw him open some holes. After that point, again, we weren't focusing on some of the backups. But with this game today, we were missing AVT. And AVT versus Dan Feeney at left guard is a massive downgrade. Like, and I'm not trying to be too hyped up on any type of and on any rookie in general, but at worst, watching what I watched from him, and I'm hoping you guys did too. AVT, I can't see him being worse than an average league starter this year. He's just way too clean for me. So you're going from an average league starter to Dan Feeney, who Kyle had blocking for him on his team that we drafted the other day.
The winning team.
The falsely winning team. We'll debate it another day. There's obviously a large. Let's look at your defensive line. So there's a large downgrade, but overall with the line, especially considering where it is in its process right now, you have a new right tackle. Morgan Moses has been here for what, 3-4 weeks? 4 weeks, probably. You have your left guard out. Like, they look pretty good. They're opening some holes.
But hold on a moment though.
Now the Giants
didn't have any one of their starters. And they have
Hold on. Kyle knew one
Danny
of the
Shelton.
Carl. You know how I knew Danny Shelton? He said he has a very distinct belly.
He does.
That's what he says.
Dude,
But in general,
hold on, Danny Shelton's not even going to be the Giants. I mean, I guess he'll play a decent amount on distinct running situations.
yeah.
But he's not going to get a lot of reps in games. I mean, because they got Tomlinson, they got Leonard Williams, they got
Tomlinson.
Yeah, the dude from Clemson, he's really going to be their true
Oh
nose
God,
most of the time.
don't. Yeah, not. I can't do names right now. I can't do names of other players.
I'm forgetting his name too, but he went like 17th overall, and people are like, "Oh, geez, that's
yeah,
not a bad player. That's a reach
for a run." Yeah, he's good. He's not great, but I remember the one run play we didn't like. Was it 4th and 1? We talked about power, and they ran like a power. They ran power. They ran G lead. They ran pin and pull. They ran sweep. They ran something with pullers. And we don't like pulling people on the goal line or even on short yardage situations. So we mentioned that. But overall, I think the line was pretty good.
Yes, Dexter Lawrence. Thank you, Yosmar.
Dexter Lawrence, yeah. You say at the bottom, I'll say at the top. Will Addis was surprised at the run selection, a lot of inside runs. Yeah, there was more. That's a good point. Will, there was more inside runs than outside runs today, or at least a higher percentage of inside runs than outside runs comparative to what I thought it would be. Like there was a good amount of like tight inside zone today, actually.
Yeah.
Which is again, this is a heavy outside zone system, and there will be a lot of outside zone, but you can argue that like a Becton is better in inside zone than outside zone. You take advantage of his power a little bit more, leverage or creating that leverage versus positional blocking, like moving guys versus outside where it's a little bit more just about positional blocking, getting in front of a guy. Morgan Moses, a better mover, which is more conducive like to inside zone, so GVR, I would even probably say is more of an inside zone type of guy. So you might see a little more inside zone than you expect, but there'll be obviously outside there'll be more outside than inside, but inside is going to be, it's not going to be strict. Every player we're going to see outside zone. It's just not going to happen. John Heibendahl said, hello guys. What's up, John? Allie Lewis, sup gang. Appreciate you. Eagle, we talked about Pro Football Talk a while ago. Yeah, they're a joke apparently. I appreciate everybody who follows me on Twitter, but there's a reason I just don't follow a lot of people. I try to go and drop myself and get out of there. I don't like to follow a lot of people. Carl Banks was chatting too. Who's Carl Banks?
That's the announcer that you were.
Oh, dude, the Giants announcer that game was absurdly biased. Like that catch over the middle.
Nice catch.
Yeah, nice catch over the middle. Boxed out the linebacker. They clearly bounced off the ground. And just in terms of Carl Banks, the biasness of that game, that first down run, which by the way, I'm glad Saleh threw that one challenge. He threw the challenge, right? That second run.
Yes.
Because that first run, listen, it's a preseason game, but should Saleh be coaching to how he should in the regular season as well? Yes, he should be. And that first run,
Ty Johnson, right?
Ty Johnson was 4th and 1, 4th and 2, whatever it was. He was very, very, very clearly over the line, and they didn't challenge. And again, the refs were pretty terrible this game in general. But the second run, obviously, he challenged. But the refs were terrible too. Like that. Who was that? Austin Walter, the running back who caught it in the flat and then fell down.
It was clearly a first down.
Fell down, extended, didn't get it, then reached back over, challenged, and the refs and the Carl Banks guy was terrible with that one too. He's biased definitely for sure. Let's see what's else.
He calls all the Giants games.
I'm gonna keep moving in the chat and try to move down to the. Right. Said love the shirt. That was a while ago. I saw that already. Runs to Becton sides went crazy today too. Again, Xavier. We mentioned this in one of the last streams. Don't overrate, I guess, running to the left side because Becton's there. It also helps a lot of back on cutbacks as well. So don't just look at running to the left is taking advantage of Becton. Running to the left when you have Becton and AVT to the left side also allows you or a running back to press to the right side and then cut back because you know that your guys can get that positional leverage inside. So obviously having a good run blocker away from the run is also good. So don't overrate that. I just don't want people to I get it stated. And yes, if I had one run for the Jets right now in the regular season, would we run left or run right? Yes, we're gonna run left. Let's be honest. But don't look like that's the only reason or the only successful runs they have, I guess is what I'm trying to say. People talking about the Jets defensive line. Carl Lawson looked pretty good when he was in there. He almost got that one sack. Bryce Huff, you're talking about a star of the game. Bryce Huff sack on the first series. Played special teams. I gotta watch him a little bit more in terms of like the other run blocks or pass blocks he lost. But you're talking about 2 sacks for a guy who is plugging in right now for a Vinny Curry in terms of like at least pass rushing reps, at least from what I've seen. Is playing well in camp. He seems spin moves against Moses playing the preseason game, getting like,
he throws cross chop a lot. He even, one of the pressures he had tonight, he kept working around the ladder or around the hoop and made a nice bend to get. So, he kind of wins in a variety of ways. He's a baller. I mean, he's not the biggest, not the strongest, not the fastest, but he's a football player. If you're a football player, you can make a career for yourself in the NFL, and he is that. Yeah,
he played well. Like, again, in last year, and Nania pointed out really well, where he played a lot better in limited snaps than he did in full-time snaps. And that could just be a youth thing. Like, he's not used to playing a full game and having to go against tackles on run blocks and a pass block, then a run block, then a pass block. But overall, and I said this last year. Is he in the chat?
I guess so. He just
messaged you?
Yeah.
Okay. Nania, throw yourself call participants. It's just me. Oh, just me and you. Yeah, Nania, call in. You know the number. We're gonna bring Nania in here too. We'll keep going through. I hope he's listening live. If not, you don't deserve to be in, bro. Like, you have 200 people in here. You don't want to watch everybody else. You're just too good for people. She's not a good guy. So yeah, Bryce Huff. I was impressed. Listen, like, as even I said this last year, as a guy who's just a pass rush specialist, if you get him as a UDFA, great. Like, that's a great value for him, for Joe Douglas. Like, a lot of people talk about the 2020 draft class, and we'll mention the guys who were drafted, but like, why not mention Bryce Huff? Because he's been playing better than his 4th round pick in Zuniga. Like, way better. Way better. So I see the comment now, bro. Kyle wearing eyeliner.
Very funny.
He just kind of, you can maybe, I don't know. No judgment. That was pure domination where we went 10-7. Jets are going to the Super Bowl. Ryan said Zach just needs more reps to slow the game down a little more. Of course. The game is fast as hell.
I got a point about Wilson. This is something I tweeted out the other day. All right. So I said this on Twitter. You cannot knock a quarterback or any player for that matter just based on the fact that they are from a small school. And I think Josh Allen proves that unquestionably. All right. But here's one thing I did. And part of the reason why is because, yes, they're playing against inferior competition. That's obvious. Okay. No one's going to argue with that. But the other thing is this. Their teammates are also inferior. So Josh Allen, he's playing against worse competition in college. Wow. But his receivers and his O-line, they're also worse. So you can't knock a guy just based on their talent level. But here's what I said about Wilson. Wilson, he's playing in college, right? And the reality is you can't knock him just because he's from this small school. But compare the play speed of the defensive backs that BYU was playing against and this play speed of the linebackers that Zach Wilson was playing against in college versus the play speed of the defensive backs that Justin Fields was throwing against or that Trevor Lawrence. I mean, those guys, they're in the Power 5 conferences in college football. So they're playing against guys that are getting drafted. So those players have faster speed. So it makes sense that Wilson would take a little bit longer to get used to the play speed of the NFL than some of those other guys. You agree with me?
Yeah, and that's the thing we talk about a lot with him versus Fields, where Fields played against better competition. So he might have been playing against Michigan, whatever school you want to mention. But how many of his throws that we did we see in breakdown? It's not hyperbole from some bullshit 5-minute YouTube highlight, where he was throwing to guys who are wide open, where, yes, against better competition, but he had a 10-yard open window where Wilson was playing against worse competition, which is true, but he was throwing anticipatory throws. He was throwing to tighter windows. He was throwing with more zip. He was throwing with I would argue, I already said anticipation, but with better accuracy than a Justin Fields, at least in my opinion. So, yeah, he's playing against worse competition than those bigger guys, but it also depends on the look you're kind of going against. I feel like he was better than a lot of those guys in that instance. But like you said about the competition, yeah, it's faster, and the guys are going to close faster, and you have to learn what windows to not throw and which ones to. And that's why you heard him specifically say the other day, yeah, I know I shouldn't have thrown it, or I tested if I should throw into that window to, I think CJ Mosley picked it off in practice, like I mentioned before. And he told the coach, I should have checked that down.
He probably hits that throw 95 times out of 100 in college.
Exactly. So he's learning what he can do.
But see, when CJ Mosley, I mean, like, not only does he play pretty quick and his pass coverage is way underrated, but he's super smart in the way that he's going to react. So, you know, when you're comparing Zach to these other quarterbacks, other than Lance, I mean, Lance didn't even have that much college tape. But when you compare him against those other guys, they were playing against much faster guys in college. So it's just something to consider.
Yeah, and actually speaking about CJ Mosley, Kyle, what did you think? Because I think it was the very first play he had the pass deflection, and this is a guy who, in general, with me, I'm super high on him, kind of rounding out back into form. And it's something I mentioned in the past, where he's not a guy who necessarily thrived off of his athleticism in the NFL game. It was more off of his smarts and his mentality. So I don't think he's going to be a slow kind of like transition back into the NFL game. I think he's going to make it work. And I think he's going to be where prior to 2019 when he signed the Jets, he was a top 5 inside linebacker. Now this year, maybe he drops to. I think you were
saying he was top 3.
Top 3. I think, and I'll be bold in this. Like, and maybe this isn't bold to Jets fans. Maybe I'm hearing too much outside noise. I think he's easily a top 10 inside linebacker this year. Easily, he's way too smart.
I think he's. Yeah, listen. Everyone knows I'm not the hugest fan of One Jets Drive. Admittedly.
But you got hyped, didn't you?
Dude, I'm excited for this year, man. Listen, I fanboyed out. I just bought an Elijah Moore black jersey too. All right, I'll be wearing that probably week 2. All right, so I'm fanboying out this year. But I did watch the first episode of One Jets Drive, and he's not going to hear what I'm saying. So anyway, but it was pretty cool watching that moment with CJ Mosley's dad, where he's in the trophy room, whatever you want to call it, and whoever the dude is asks him, like, how do you know CJ's going to get back to the form that he was? Something along those lines. And he's like, let me show you. And he brings him to the other part of the house, and he shows him the weight room. He's like, he's down in here 23 and a half hours a day, which is probably a huge exaggeration. But, dude, when CJ Mosley comes in weighing 231, and he looks ultra serious, and everything I saw from him this offseason, whenever I'm seeing practice highlights, whenever I'm reading, CJ Mosley picked this, saw him last weekend, saw him in this game. Dude looks good. He looks great in coverage. And you can clearly see that he's moving really well. And that doesn't happen unless he put in a lot of work to, really shed some of that weight and stuff. Because he's not getting any older. I mean, he's getting close to 30 years old. So, one of the smart moves for players sometimes is to cut the weight. I was talking about One Jets Drive in that moment with CJ Mosley where his dad takes him from the trophy room and takes the camera guys down to the basement.
I was expecting more in that moment. Like, he really hyped up, like, wait, I'm going to show you something. And like, he brought him into like a workout room. I was like, all right, like, sweet.
He's down here 23 and a half hours a day.
Like, Kyle, like, if you look to my left, if you look to our left, like, I have weights, I have some stuff,
He's got the Bowfoot's dumbbells, 52.5 pounds.
Dude, let's not. Oh, Kyle, come on. I literally said to Kyle, I was like, yeah, 52 and a halves are good, but you can't do certain stuff with them, obviously. If it's good for a quick workout, now he's going to talk shit, of course. It's okay. Just invite the guy to my house. He disrespects me. So continuing.
I said Quinn Williams is garbage, so come on.
It's okay. So what else did you say?
I was just saying, like, I think Mosley, so, like, if you go on, and I don't really look at this stuff a lot, but sometimes, like when I was preparing some of our rankings and stuff for one of our previous shows, I went and looked at a list of like the top ranked quarterbacks from like 1 to 32. And I don't even know who this fucking hack was who wrote this article, but he had Zach Wilson at 31, and he had Sam Darnold ranked over Zach Wilson.
Hold on, weren't we talking about CJ Mosley?
I'm gonna get back there. Hold on.
Okay, it's from Zach Wilson to CJ Mosley. Okay, continue.
I'm saying I don't generally like to read these articles where they rank like when you have, especially when you have some no-namer throwing together ranks who doesn't even watch these people.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I just happened to look at one of the top ranked linebackers article thing as well. I got to hit the thing at the top. Anyway, and CJ Mosley was nowhere to be found on the whole list. And maybe it's because he didn't play at all last year is the only reason I could think. But you had guys like Blake Martinez and these other types of dudes. And CJ Mosley's not even on the list. And it's like, what? And I think Mosley is like
Blake Martinez.
Yeah, the Giants linebacker.
By the way, is Kyle good right now? I saw some people back in the chat who says he's a little bit quiet. I hope he's good. If anything, I'm not.
I mean, I can speak loud.
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with Kyle. Kyle, we can get closer now. It's okay. Just let us know in the chat. We can hear. We never mind. We overheard some conversations before. But
my point is look. Mosley knows he's been a baller his whole life, right? He won national championships at college, right? He won a hell of a lot of games with the Ravens in his career. Got a whole lot of money from the Jets to come here. And he's basically put forth one quality game in that whole time.
No, 3 quality quarters.
Yeah, 3 quality quarters. And
not even quality, elite quarters. Elite.
When his dad's shown that he's been working his ass off, I mean, dude, the fact that he came in at 231 and he's just been moving great.
Yeah,
Great.
Oh yeah.
You can clearly see he's put in a lot of work, and I think that a lot of people forgot about him because he hasn't played in so long. And
yeah.
What's that song? Y'all must have forgot. I can't remember who sings that or whatever, but I think that's
Go ahead, sing it. You got
Y'all must have forgot. I don't know.
That's it. You got it. I appreciate it.
Moses is like, dude, did you not remember? I got 4 Pro Bowls, man. Like, I was a first round pick. Do you guys not remember me?
And it's not like he's like 33 years old. Like he's 28, 29 years old, and he was an elite linebacker. So like, I feel like, and I'm not necessarily people forgot per se about him, but they're underestimated. Like I feel like a lot of fans, and maybe I'm wrong. They are like kind of talking about CJ Mosley, like assuming like, oh, if he could be okay, like that's an upgrade. Like CJ Mosley is going to be much better than okay, in my opinion. Like again, top 5 top 10, 5 to 7 range.
It's hard to see him not being a top 10.
I just don't see it with the weight drop, with the mentality that he has. I can't imagine it. 200 people in here again, 12 o'clock at night. You guys are the best, literally the best. That's absurd. Now we're gonna bring in another guest.
Dude, people are talking a lot of shit about me in this chat.
Shit?
A serial killer? By the way,
Eagle,
he spelled cereal as if you're talking about Captain Crunch. That's not how you spell serial killer, Eagle. You're gonna talk shit, at least spell right.
Wow. Hey, Eagle, you better take it to him in the fantasy league. By the way, if you want to join the fantasy league, prove to me that you're a subscriber of the website. Join the fantasy league and talk shit. And by the way, another thing other than that, I have some news after. Join the fantasy league, and then we also have Pick'em. I'll accept. How many did we do last year? 10?
I don't remember. I just remember winning.
I'm gonna do 10. 10 people with me and Kyle, and maybe Marcus Coleman. Whoever watches the show weekly, if you want to do a Pick'em, I'm gonna pick like the Jets game, and then the most like 5 or 6 interesting games of the week. And if you beat me, or if you come in number 1 or 2. In the Pick'em, I'll give you a shirt and a free year subscription. So if you want to do a Pick'em,
shouldn't it be if you beat me, being that I'm the reigning
champ? My God. Okay. So 193 people, appreciate you. We're going to bring in not just a guest, but another owner of Jets X Factor, which Kyle's like a contributor now. I'm an owner, and now we're going to bring in another owner. Who is it going to be? Is it Lord Sabo? Is it Michael Nania? I am not too sure, but let's see here. Hopefully, if I can get him on. It says Ben Blessington, but I don't think it's Ben Blessington. I think it's I'm
logged into the Cool Your Jets account.
Can't hear you, Nania.
That's why I'm Ben. You hear me?
The sound settings on your microphone.
I don't think so.
Can you guys hear me?
I think that's Nania. We're gonna share an earphone? Huh? We're gonna share an earphone and not hear him. So
can you guys hear me?
Microphone, huh?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that.
Can you guys hear me?
Nania, hold. So I can't hear you.
It's gonna be delayed if you do that. Though. You can't do that.
Can you hear me?
You might. I can't hear Nania, but we'll figure it out.
Hold on.
So
Here, you got to do this.
we're trying to figure it out. Give us a second, chat. Give us a second.
Talk, Michael.
Can you hear me?
We can hear him, but I don't know.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, I just don't know.
We just might get an echo now, though.
I hope.
Joe.
There we go.
When Michael talks, you're gonna have to hit mute.
Every time he talks, we might have to share an earphone, my guy. Okay.
We could do that.
So, Nania, we're just working through the chat right now. We have 200 people in here, so we have a shit ton of chats. So we're just trying to roll through it. But in general, we talked, and you can hit on these points pretty quickly because we've already hit them. We might hit them again pretty soon. But I think the main points we hit on were the positives, which is CJ Mosley, Zach Wilson, Bryce Huff, Jonathan Marshall. Give me your opinions on those four guys.
Yeah, I think it was definitely great to see. The first thing that popped out was Mosley in the beginning of the game. He immediately made an impact. He had a pass deflection in the first play, then he had to run stuff. He made a good tackle and coverage after that. So it's great to see him come right out and play well. Then Jonathan Marshall is obviously great. At the end of the game, he had a swim move over the right tackle that was really nice for his second sack. So I think all the stuff you guys hit on, I've been listening throughout the past hour. So I think you guys pretty much hit on everything, and we should just keep going through the questions in the chat.
What about your boy Bryce Huff though? You gotta hit on that.
Oh yeah,
because dude, like, and I mentioned, like, you had a great point, like, and it's something I noticed, but I didn't think about it a lot. And he played really well, and we both, we talk a lot, obviously, and he was playing really well last year, but in limited snaps. So we were wondering if he was going to take that second year jump, or he's more of a full-time player. And for a guy who's competing at a loaded defensive line position, for him to come out this game, have a sack on the first drive, and then a sack, what was the third quarter, fourth quarter, whatever it was later in the game. He balled out too. And I know you're both you and I, but you had him on your show. Cool Your Jets, follow that podcast. Great podcast. He was on the show, and you're kind of a Bryce Huff stan. So what'd you think about him too?
Yeah, he was great, and they were legitimate sacks too. Because sometimes guys will get sacks and will get hyped up for it. Like even Hamilcar had a sack, which good for him, great finish. But those, like a wide open sack off the edge where you don't get blocked, it's whatever. But both of the sacks that Huff got were legitimate sacks where he just scorched the left tackle. So it was great to see him play from start to finish, because like you said, he had his best games when he played less. And then when he was, kind of starting, filling in for other guys, then he wasn't quite as efficient. So to see him play the whole game, and then kind of seems like they really are conditioning him for that, because Vinny Curry's going to be out to start the season, and it seems like Huff's going to be filling his shoes. So to see him play the whole game and to play well at the beginning and the end of it, regardless of who he's playing against, is good from that perspective, since he struggled last year. But I think he's legit as a pass rusher. There was some run game stuff that you could still work on. There was that one misdirection play. They did an end around toss where he kind of bit a little bit too hard, gave up the edge. So there is some run game stuff you can work on. But as a pass rusher, just the get off, he has moves in his repertoire. The cross chop he goes to a lot. I'm really excited to see what he does. I think he's just as big of a piece in this pass rush potentially being good as a lot of other guys.
Yeah, for sure. And like, even in general, like in terms of like watching the film, like there's I'm blanking on the name of it again. I mentioned to the chat that almost 200 people in here had a couple drinks, but like there are some, in terms of zone reads and stuff like that, like there are some times where you actually, and I think generically you think the D end always wants to kind of split the distance between the running back and the quarterback. But there are a lot of times where actually the D end is actually taught to crash in on the running back, and then guys are going to fold over the top. And I think they call it like a power step, whatever. I'm blanking out on that right now, where a linebacker is basically going to step a couple steps to their left or to the play side, and then fold over the top or scrape over the top to make the quarterback think he's going to take the ball, and then actually kind of work his way towards the quarterback. I'm blanking on the terminology right now. So that's a possibility. Again, it's something I want to see. But yeah, that's from my initial view. That's what I saw as well, Nania. But we'll see. Eagle talk about the Yankees are clowns and something like that. I'm gonna keep working through it. Ballantyne, Joe, Corey, Ballantyne, or Bless Austin. Can I answer neither? I don't know if it's a question who I want to make the roster, but I guess like Ballantyne. What was that?
He can
play,
do some
Kyle,
stuff on special teams. He had some good kickoff returns last year.
No, I know who he is, but I remember what was the play, Kyle, where we watched him like not a good play.
Well, he gave up, or he kind of gave up on a deep vertical line route late in the game, and if it was a good pass, it could have been a touchdown.
He got toasted, but they threw it out to the right sideline.
Yeah,
too far out. Yeah, so neither. Ideally, Rodrigo Leal said again. I'm sorry if you guys have left the chat already. This is almost an hour ago. What do you think about Sherwood and Hamza? I'm a Jets fan from São Paulo, Brazil. Amazing job you guys do. We have fans in Brazil. That is freaking awesome.
I'm curious how many people like. I know it's not a huge percentage of Brazilians, and hopefully he can answer this for us. How many people in Brazil watch American football? I am curious about that. So, what was he asking about again? Sherwood and
he's asking about
Sherwood and Hamza, right?
Yeah, and to be honest, like I'm not overly high on Sherwood, but from the plays I watched again in real time, bullshitting with Kyle, not watching as probably as keenly as I should be, and I'll do the film review. Sherwood made a couple plays. I know he had a pass deflection. He had a nice shed for a tackle. And Hamza, like we have to note one that he started the game, which is something to note as a will backer, and he had the forced fumble. Which Nani, I know you tweeted about it, and me and Kyle were kind of watching. We didn't rewind it. Yeah. It almost looked like he popped the ball out with his helmet, but it looked like it was almost delayed. He hit it with the helmet and something else happened after. So I'm not sure 100%, but Hamza looked good. Sherwood looked good. Like both of those linebackers, I would say overall looked pretty good to me. Nani, I don't know what you saw watching.
Yeah, I think they looked pretty good too. The fumble, I'm pretty sure it was Hamza who knocked it out. He got his helmet on it. There was a lot going on there. It was hard to see. I'm pretty sure he was the main guy though. And then Sherwood later had that pass deflection that was really nice, dropping out into his zone. So both of them looked pretty good. And I mean, there were a lot of the Giants did kind of run the ball pretty well with the second, third team in the second half of the game. So that could have been on them. It was hard to notice. You have to look back to really know. But so they might have had some issues with that. I feel like I saw them maybe responsible for some of those plays, but just for them to make a handful of big plays, especially in the passing game. Because Hamza did make some good tackles there too. So they definitely both look pretty good for the most part. And even Cashman made some plays. So
yeah.
And he managed to stay healthy.
That's true.
Yeah. We always make fun about
it. The game. That's an accomplishment for him.
He can't tie his shoes without getting hurt. He can't eat a bowl of cereal without getting hurt. So it's a positive. I just saw something in the chat that said, "Why is your name Robbie Savo?" It's just all about managing the YouTube and stuff like that. But I saw that, and now the YouTube our name on Zoom is Joe and Kyle. So I apologize. I'm sorry.
And Michael was Ben before.
He was. He called in as Ben Buston. I'm like, why is Ben calling in? This is just I haven't talked to Ben ever. Meatball Palm said we need a Hardy style breakdown of tonight's special teams play. So I'm assuming you checked out the Hardy breakdown. And by the way,
it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kyle, you watched it. Nani, I think based on your tweet, you watched it. Dude, Hardy adds a new element to this game. And I think somebody mentioned it. I think it was Verge, if I'm not wrong, Verge Tibbs, who said it's nice to see players talk shit and all this stuff. Excuse me for my French, but he really adds a new kind of element to this team on special teams we really haven't had before in terms of his aggressiveness, his want to. We haven't really had that stud like that. Who's that stud on New England for a while? Slater. Yeah, Slater. We need that guy. And again, I don't want to get us into this too deep, but
I would be shocked if he eventually. I mean, he'd probably be a really old man, but might make the Hall of Fame. Slater. I'm serious.
Oh, Slater. I was going to say Hardy. Nani, quickly, what are your thoughts about Hardy, his signing, and I know I just dropped the review today on him, and I know you just watched it. So, what do you think about Hardy?
Yeah, I always knew he was an awesome gunner. Just his tackle numbers are always near the top, and the missed tackles are pretty low. I know you highlighted a few, but for the most part, he's pretty low relative to other guys with the missed tackles. But I didn't get too much into his blocking, like for the punt return and kickoff return, but in your review, it highlights it really well that like he's dominant at that too. His speed is great. He's able to beat guys down the field, just wall them off, create lanes for returners. So it's just another dimension he adds. It's not just the tackles, it's every single phase of special teams he's able to make an impact. So, and the return game is something they've missed as well the past couple of years, ever since Andre Roberts' big year. So Hardy could be a big part of bringing that back. So he brings so much more than just tackling.
I don't know if it's just like me and Kyle, you obviously even played at a higher level than I did, but like just the fact that he gets so quickly down on special teams and then like gets in a guy's face and literally talks shit to him as he's going to fair catch a ball. It just, I love it. And he's not a guy he's not like a Bless Austin type of shit talker. He actually deserves his shit talk, but we're gonna keep moving through. I'm at the top of the chat and I cannot move up anymore. So I apologize if I can't get anything else. Daniel said hello. What's up, Daniel? Man, I to be honest, I didn't pay attention a lot to punts, but I guess his first punt was not very good. Nani, I know you noticed actually you're a big punt guy.
Yep.
Not a lot of hang time, but I guess after that he rebounded, so it's a positive.
Distance or hang time.
Was distance bad on that first punt too? Nani?
The one when we were both watching.
Yeah, I believe that first one was pretty bad. I'm gonna look right now and see what he got on that first one.
Nani has the numbers, of course. Nani has the numbers. So I'll keep moving down.
He was actually 52 on that first one, but he gave up an 11-yard return. I think that one was really a line drive. I think that what that one was. I settled in after that.
Yeah, I said that in live. I was like, that was on the air for a very long time. So that was concerning. I'll keep moving down. I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of chat in here.
He only got it to like the 30 or something too.
Yeah, but where did he punt it from? Eagle Fang. I love Jets X Factor and Robbie and the crew, but Mims is a number 3 wide receiver on this roster. He will earn that spot over Cole. Cole does not have the elite talent Mims has. Mims has to work for it. I'm not sure. I guess Robbie's saying he's behind or something. I don't know what Robbie's take on that, but it seems like Eagle's kind of insinuating that Robbie's not as high on Mims. Michael. What do you like? Michael or Mike? You're a Michael guy. You're a Michael. You're a Michael. We're calling you Michael.
Let's go with that.
Mims. So and Kyle and I talked about this before, and I want to address this really quickly. He played well when he played. We both know he's a yak guy. It's bullshit. He's not a yak guy. The whole thing about him not fitting the offense. Again, tell me why Davis fits and Mims doesn't. Now, Davis might have that spot over Mims right now. Maybe they only need one type of Davis, but Mims can do a lot of things. Is a yak guy, but he played well when he was in. But why is he getting less reps, or not less reps necessarily? I'm not sure the rep count, but Vincent Smith and Jeff Smith coming in before him in this game it's concerning. It's concerning, at least in terms of the mindset the coaching staff has to Mims. So, like, what was your thought on Mims' game today or game today? And then both of these Smith brothers, who, let's be honest, if we had to make a roster prediction right now, they're probably not going to make the roster for us. Why are they making it over a Mims who, Eagle thing thinks he's going to be the number 3 receiver on the team this year?
Yeah, it's definitely puzzling because when he's out there, it doesn't seem like his performance really has been that bad. He led the team in receiving in this game. The play he made after the catch on that 3rd and 18 play was fantastic. It was probably the best play by an offensive skill player on the team in this game. And even just a couple of practices I went to, he wasn't lighting it up. Like, obviously Elijah Moore, Corey Davis have been doing that, but he hasn't been bad. There haven't been too many reports of drops for him. He's mostly beating up on the 3rd string corners he's played against, like Pinnock. He's beaten a lot in practice. And then in this game, he obviously capitalized on the opportunities he got. So, and even I was watching him with as much as you can get from the broadcast angle, which you can't see much, but you can at least see like their releases off the line. And his releases were pretty good. He wasn't getting jammed. He was getting some separation on his shorter routes when you could see him in the screen. So it doesn't seem like he's playing that badly. It's got to be something, that we don't know about off the field, like whether it's just in the film room, behind the scenes, stuff like that. It could really be the only explanation, because he is a good fit in the offense and he is more talented than guys who are playing over him, or at least did in this game. So it's got to be something we don't know about. And
me and Kyle mentioned it before, Kyle and I always screw that up. it's the fact that he's the young guy of this team. It's like, yeah, Keelan Cole, who's a 5-year vet, a Corey Davis, who's a 5-year vet, a Jamison Crowder, who's a 6-year, 7-year vet. Yeah, these guys might be above him, and obviously Elijah Moore, who Odell Beckham and freaking AJ Brown are coming out like, this guy's better than I am. So like, yeah, he might be above Mims, but like, they have a lot of talent in the receiver core right now. So yeah, he might be pushed down a little bit, but at the same time, why is he below the Smith brothers? So is it more of a scheme thing where he's not, maybe they want to move him in as the X, and that's Davis's role right now. Like, I'm not too sure, but moving on. Some people are saying they agree with me or Kyle and I back like an hour ago, and I don't know what you're talking about because that was a while ago, so I can't tell you exactly where out. Or what that was about. Carmelo said Kyle got kicked out, but haven't told Joe. Well, Carmelo, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, my guy. Russell Spooner said JFM is the man. JFM had a good game too. He had at least a couple of rushes. He had the tip pass on Mike Lennon, which almost led to a pick, which we both were like, we wanted Nasli to get that so bad. So did you see anything else from JFM or no? Minus that tip pass, or
no? It's kind of hard to have an instant reaction about line play from a broadcast angle, but he was fine.
Hold on, Mike, who I know you're from Monmouth County. I know you pretty much know where I live. He said, "Yo, Kyle has a point. This is on you, Joe." I'm trying to work my way up in the chat. This is a while ago.
In reference to the whole thing when you were expecting me to talk, when I thought you were still making a point.
Oh, Mike, come on, don't do this to me, guy. You know my family. You're gonna start doing that? Come on.
Somebody said before, and I laughed when I saw it, that see, this is why it is Joe Blewett featuring Kyle Smith. That made me laugh.
Are they talking shit about you?
Yeah, because they didn't like some point I made. Probably had something to do with
chat. I appreciate you. Amendola, Nani, again, you're watching from a clear perspective that at least I am, and I know me and Kyle are watching and kind of bullshitting the whole time. Did Amendola?
Towards the end,
he had one extra point. He kicked one extra point. He made it.
So people were talking about the Jets have a kicker problem, but other than Nugar missing the 53-yarder, there was any other like flubs from the kicking game, or was it just
that was it? It was just that one. That was the only one he missed. It was ugly though. Like, he wasn't even close. I think that was more the problem. Kyle
and you hung out, and I wasn't invited. That whole thing.
Because lying again.
Amendola looked good when you guys went though, but I don't think any of the three of us think that he's the answer though at this point, or are we kind of more eased by what you guys saw him, at least of the green and white scrimmage and tonight? Like, yeah, we're talking about kickers here, but
yeah, I feel like he could have a chance. I think coming into today in practice, he was 14 of 16 so far. And he made his kick today. He was good at the scrimmage. He did miss one extra point in the scrimmage, but he has obvious power. It comes off his leg really well. Exactly what you saw with Nagar and his miss was exactly what I saw at the scrimmage when he was practicing. I immediately noticed that. He just had no pop. But Amendola has it. So we'll see if he can stay consistent. I think he could do it, but you got to look at Borregales in Tampa Bay, who's probably going to get waived. Jets are number 2 in the waiver order. So they're going to have a first claim on him because Jaguars have their guy locked up in Lambeau. So I would look at that first, but I don't know. I think Amendola can take it.
The Bucks, right? They have, is it Suckup? Do they have Suckup?
Yeah, Suckup.
Yeah, Suckup and Borregales. So you'd hope that one of those guys, the Jets are, and I'm not super keen to it right now, just maybe right now. The Jets use their waiver claim for David Moore. Now, do they have that second waiver claim still for a kicker, or do they kind of reset in the list? They reset in the list, right?
I believe so.
I think so too. But that's how it works. Yeah, I would like a new kicker. We had a super chat from MN, which I will address in a little bit. I'm trying to work through the chat again. Super chats, awesome. Like, thanks, appreciate you guys. Eventually we'll get a new light. We'll get a backdrop for me and Kyle. Nani will get a backdrop instead of his blinds and his lamp, whatever like vertical lamp that is. It looks like a wine glass, but it's like a lamp, I think. A Jets hat, something pink. I don't know. We'll get
it's not ideal.
Somebody like commented on one of the videos of the day, like, hey, like, can you draw on the screen? Like, we're working on some technology, hopefully JetX, that I can draw on the screen and draw coverages and whatever else it may be. Somebody mentioned Eccles. To me, he didn't stand out in a good way or a bad way. Like, I think he had a good player too and a bad player too, but I would say he was about average. Kyle, did you see anything
I
different?
mean, he almost holding a pick with one hand, but I mean, it's not like you could say it was great coverage there.
Was that the play where he was on the receivers on the right and he was on obviously the right as well, and he like over the middle?
Yeah, it was like a post, I think.
Like an inside release and kind of like ran up down the seam.
And with the right hand. Yeah. Okay, so Eccles, I don't think he stood out in a bad way, which is fine for him, like being from the school he's from. Huff, Eccles, I'm trying to work through. I'm trying to get even.
Eccles had that bad pass interference. Armbarred the dude.
Oh yeah. Right sideline. They got to like the 7-yard line after that pass interference where he basically just strapped the hand against him up the sideline.
Initially, Joe was like, it's kind of a ticky-tack call.
And I saw the other video. I was like, no, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Pass rush looked legit. Keep moving on. Mosley, I guess when we're talking about Mosley. Some bro XRP said trade Zuniga for a burrito. I might right now. I'm Kyle. We might have to order some. We have to order some burritos. I don't know what your thought is on that.
I'm a little hungry right now.
Okay, we'll figure it out. BYU. This is from Rusty. Love you, Rusty. BYU and Zach has played against Utah, USC, Oregon, and those type of teams before COVID. NFL media BS didn't do it to Lance, Allen, Flacco, etc. It's a joke, and we won't forget gangrene for life. If there was one person I'm like looking to like, and I don't know you personally, Rusty, but if there's like one person I'm looking like to like murder somebody for me, I think it's Rusty in the chat. Like Rusty is just like super down for Jets fans. So
Rusty seems like he'd be
Rusty. I gotta tell you, yeah, he's the guy to just start ripping shots. Christopher Merkovich, Blewett's ADD podcast. So I guess I have ADD.
Tonight you do, that's for sure.
Do I?
It took you like 30 minutes to let Nani in.
Dude, we got a lot of shit going on. We have a lot of chats. We have a lot of stuff. You saw the stuff I do on the screen. So I guess I have an ADD podcast. Appreciate that, Chris, I guess. So we talk about cereal, deserve that. Oh, this is when Nani was brought in. They said Narnia. So I'm sure you get that a lot, Narnia, right?
All the time.
Hi, Ben. We can hear. Okay, we're good. We can hear Nani. Okay, I appreciate everybody getting to me about that. CYJ. How far are you behind the chats? Eagle, I am far behind. I'm scrolling right now to get back to you guys so I can start chatting with you live. Kyle Smith said bless blows. Nani, what's your thoughts on Bless Austin not being very good?
Oh yeah, he's bad. There's actually this one clip that stands out to me. Someone replied to a tweet that you posted. They had a video from practice, and it was Corey Davis in the red zone drills ran this whip route against him in the end zone that was so slow, and it was one of the worst. Davis has run much better routes than this one. It was almost like he's doing it in slow motion, and he still shook Bless by like 5 yards for a touchdown. It was the worst coverage I've ever seen. So I don't know. We're not fans of Bless Austin here at JetX. That's clear.
So Nani, I was muting you before when you were talking, so you didn't echo. If people can hear an echo, let me know, and I'll keep muting as I go on. Somebody said that I look like a young Wayne Corbett. I don't. Kyle. I'm scrolling down the screen. I see Kyle said Joe might look like Corbett, but not nearly as tough. All right, Kyle. Like I said, Joe's in boot camp. No, it's just for me. It's my hair grows like a chia pet, and I rather just cut it really short than have to cut it for all the time. Eagle said Bless cannot cover a turtle backing up 10 yards. All right. MN said Tony Danza said Guidry played well in the slot at the game. I don't know who Tony Danza is, but overall, I know we watched a play where we said he was backing up too much and dropped his hands. So I don't think he stood out in a bad way, but the one play I remember watching him, it wasn't a good play. So sure,
pass deflection he made
like
on that
route. The receiver should have caught it. I don't think he did, but He had bad coverage on that play for sure.
Yeah, but I do think at this point he seems like to be the starter. Like he's working with the starters. We heard from camp he's with the starters, which again, like based on what he did last year and 3 starts, he played pretty well. So I would think he would be the starter right now. Eagle, sorry. NY Jets Tails, I agree with you. 200 watchers, 66 likes. Not a good ratio, guys. How did Pinnock do? None. Did you notice anything about?
He came in at the end in the I think the fourth quarter.
You got money here now. You got to smash the like button.
He's big about smashing the like button over here. Did you notice? I didn't notice anything positive or negatively about him. But now, is it a talking point to say that he was brought in later in the game, where a guy like Eccles was obviously brought in pretty early? And did we see any of Dunn? I don't remember seeing any Dunn.
I don't recall either.
What number does he wear right now?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So where was Dunn? 1. 2, Eccles is above Pinnock, I guess. So did we see anything from Pinnock?
Yeah, I don't think he got involved. I know he's playing, I think, right corner at the end. I don't think he got involved.
Okay. We have Fat Gandalf. Okay. Remember when our receiving corps sucked? Yeah, I specifically remember. What was that big tweet that was going out?
That's Michael's tweet.
No,
the picture of
against the Bears
receiving
against the Bears. Andre Roberts. Who else was in that game?
Peak, Rashard Matthews, Deontay Burnett.
Like that was our receiving corps, and now none of those guys would make the team in 2021. Kyle, you're yawning a lot.
They're not even in the league.
Kyle, if Kyle want to bounce, you can bounce, bro.
I ain't bouncing.
A lot of yawns. Do you want a cup of coffee?
No.
Okay.
Good.
I'm just making sure. There's certain people who can handle 12:30 stream. There's certain people who cannot. Kyle's talking about me being softer than Wayne Corbett, and he came and handled being up this late at night.
You tell me who's been more lucid in this stream, me or him?
What does that even mean? what do you mean?
This guy over here? I mean, like Nani is sitting in the waiting room for 30 minutes.
He wasn't sitting in the waiting room for 30 minutes. That's bullshit.
Something like that.
Kyle's going to be Adam Gase for Halloween this year.
That would be a pretty sick costume, to be honest.
Where would it be?
But I have to. Well, he does have a beard sometimes.
He does. I can see it. I'm trying to work through the chat.
I'm not going to shave just to look like Adam Gase. That's for damn sure.
Justin Jett said, "Yo, Giants fans are commenting on all Jets videos saying we suck, and that was their practice squad Zach was throwing against." Okay.
Dude, honestly, you put Daniel Jones out there, we probably would have had a couple picks. So I mean, like,
the thing is, like, and this is why Kyle was talking about, like, again, random in the game during the game, he'd be like, I just hate the Giants, and this is the reason why. Like, when's the last time the Giants have been good? 2017 or 2018 they made the playoffs.
2016.
But before that, they hadn't made it. They didn't do anything since 2011.
They had that infamous boat picture where all their players, a lot of their players were like with their shirts off on a boat, like the week before a playoff game. And they got smoked in Green Bay, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm working back. I'm at 12:30 in the chat. I'll throw this to you, Nania. Jeremy Curvaco said, "What are your guys' thoughts on the running back situation, running back by committee this year?"
Yeah, well, I think tonight was definitely interesting. Interesting to see Johnson get so much run early. I think that's definitely a good sign for him. Although Coleman was out, so we didn't see the whole picture. But I definitely think it's going to be really even. I'm not sure there's going to be a clear number one guy to start out right away. I think they're really going to adapt based on, different roles. Coleman is your primary passing game guy. P. Ryan is your short yardage guy, like we saw in this game, both at the goal line and icing the game at the end. Carter is a third down guy who can do a little bit of everything. He can block, pretty good receiver. And Ty Johnson's more of your early down back who can set the tone in the beginning of the game. So I think we'll see a lot of everyone.
Yeah, Kyle and I talked about it, and it was and eventually, maybe not early in the season, but we both think that it'll be Ty Johnson and Michael Carter getting the bulk of the snaps where, you have a guy in Coleman who'll be like a third down guy. Getting back to the chat, let's see. How is a pass interference called against Cole when the ball wasn't thrown to him? Because you can still interfere when the ball's not thrown to you. offense or defense. I don't remember that play specifically. Tommy R said, Joe Def has ADHD. It's okay. I do too. I don't – what – is it because I'm like drinking and excited about the game? I think it's my intake of alcohol right now that you guys are mistaking. Maybe I do have ADHD. I don't know. And then NY Jets Tail said you are an hour behind in the chat. So yeah, ADD. I'm trying to be respectful to the chatters and get through all your chats. That's all it is. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I have ADD. Joe asked the barber for a low fade, not the academy cut. The barber is myself. I cut my hair myself, and I'll have the wife.
That's a pretty impressive job for doing it
By myself, so it is what it is. No echo, ignoring Eccles, Austin or Jackson. Neither.
I agree.
Dude, like Jackson, that one play.
Lamar Jackson's not going to make this team.
And Kyle and I watched it, and we're like, he's just way too unathletic. Like he's not athletic. And last year, I guess he impressed relative to him being a UDFA, but I wasn't overly impressed with him. Like, listen, and we can talk about this now, and Kyle and I do our 53-man roster prediction. But like, Nani, tell me when to stop if I'm wrong. You have Hall, he's a lock. You have Hardy, he's a lock. You have Pinnock, based on being a 5th-round pick, he's a lock. You have Eccles, who's a lock. And then you have Carter, who's a lock because of, again, 5th-round pick, relatively high backup slot. That's 5, correct?
Yep.
And now you have Austin, Jackson, and Dunn competing for one spot. Or is there even more? Did I say Eccles?
Yeah, you are.
I didn't say Eccles. So now you have Eccles, Austin, Jackson, and Dunn. So, like, based on what I've watched from Austin in his 2 years as a Jet, like, why should he make the team over some of these guys? I don't get it, because Dunn, they gave a massive contract to. Eccles is playing with the starters. I know Pinnock was a backup and stuff like that today, but who do they cut? Because it's a tough position to kind of judge at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you. When you really break it down, it kind of makes more sense, unless there is going to be a surprise cut with one of the rookies, which you highly doubt would happen. But they are playing him first team still, which is odd when you see some of the reps he's putting out in practice. He didn't get toasted in this game, at least by my memory. But I agree. I definitely think he should be one of the odd men out, because you got 3 guys who you just drafted. Hall's a lock, Hardy's a lock. I think there's too much otherwise to go with him, but he probably will make the team based on what we've seen.
I don't get how you cut a Dunn who in the beginning of camp seemed like he was getting some reps with the ones and things like that. And like recently he's dropped off, and I don't think I saw him tonight, which is kind of weird in general. But
he's 36. Do you remember 36 at all? I don't.
I mean, I remember Josh Adams as 36, but
yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. Eagle said, I love the run heavy approach for year one for Wilson's sake. You have to protect the kid and let him adjust to NFL speed. If the Jets ran the ball 40 times versus 20 passes a game, I'm not complaining. Obviously, if they're running successfully, then sure. You said Eccles before. Okay, we are back up. So Fat Gandalf said, and you did a great job with your hair, Private Gomer Pile. I don't know. Okay, so I'm up.
I mean, Private Pile's referring to Full Metal Jacket.
Somebody said High Noons or Boss Kyle, great selection. I am Joe, and I'm drinking the High Noons. So,
you ever seen Full Metal Jacket? We were talking about movies.
I've seen. Tommy R said, based on tonight, I'd say Walker and Ballantyne.
Wait, sorry. Say the question. I was reading the chat. Sorry.
Tommy R, based on tonight, I'd say Walker and Ballantyne.
Oh, for getting cut.
Who the hell is Walker?
Oh, Walter. Let's talk about Walter.
Oh, Walter and Ballantyne? Yeah, those are Tommy, come on. You have stronger taste in that. Those guys are like
they're keeping Ballantyne mostly for special teams. So
they're not giving Ballantyne.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way. 123.44. Brosy
his ass might be gone soon, though.
Said he's learning a new playbook. College knew the playbook for 3 years. 100% the reason. AB said, I'm not as low as you guys on Austin. I think there's a new world where he can be decent in this scheme. Okay, so Kyle, I don't know if you could point to a specific episode. I know you watch, or you've watched a lot of the shows in the past, but there's shows where it's me and Marcus Coleman, who played 11 years in the NFL as a DB, and we literally laughed, like legitimately laughed over some of his techniques. So could he improve in his scheme? Sure, but his film the last 2 years has been absolutely so brutal. I cannot see him being good in a cover 4, cover 3, cover 2, cover 1, cover 5, whatever it is. I just don't see it. So maybe he can improve, but he's been brutally bad. It's like, oh, he's been a bad man corner. He could be a zone guy.
A hater.
Okay.
He's using that as motivation. He's gonna prove you wrong. He's already thinking about his next contract, and tell you what,
one of the best corners in the league.
He can do things that other corners in this league can't do.
I'm gonna show you.
Shadow said, "Did you guys watch Fields, Lance, and Lawrence?" I watched a little bit of Fields, didn't watch a ton of Lawrence, and didn't watch a ton of Lance. Lance was on, I think, during the Jets game, right?
All right, so let me say what I didn't see any of Lawrence. Fields, the Y leak that everyone was hyping up, I probably could make that throw, and I'm not very good at throwing football.
And Kyle has been very admitted he cannot throw a football. Apparently, he always admits that he sucks at throwing a football.
But there was one play that I saw of Fields that was pretty good. It was some kind of type of boot action. I don't remember the exact play 100%. And he's looking with his eyes to the right towards the sideline the whole time. Comes back, throws across his body, hits a receiver. That was a really good play. Lance had like an 80-yard touchdown really early in that game.
I didn't see it.
It looked like it was like on some type of like deep over route, and he kind of hit the guy in stride. It looked like it was a pretty good throw. I have to watch it again a little bit more closely, but that looked fine. I mean, we'll see. It's preseason. Dude, remember, Deshaun Watson didn't even start. They started that fucking bum over Deshaun Watson at the beginning of the year. I'm trying to remember his name.
Chase Daniels?
No.
I just
This guy was like a bum-ass quarterback at Rutgers for part of his college career. That guy started in Houston. Tom Savage started over Deshaun Watson. I mean, you got to be a little careful sometimes with preseason and getting too worked up really early. Look, as soon as Deshaun Watson started, he hit the ground running as a starter as a rookie once he actually got the job. So just, take the positives, see the traits, and just, we got to be part of the process. Don't get too worried. I mean, even if, sorry, people are saying Savage right now in the chat.
Savage.
Anyway.
MN said Joe looks like Wayne Corbett on PCP. I don't know what that means.
Drugs, man. I mean,
and then Eagle said I look like Crash Holly from WWF. Who I just Googled.
Dude,
I'll take another compliment.
Dude, Crash Holly was the man. Those hardcore matches.
He's the man, bro. How did Becton look today, guys? Didn't see him stand out in a good way or a bad way, which typically for an offensive lineman is good. And they were running to his side a lot, and there was a lot of lanes opened. Did you notice anything about Becton?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to rewatching it because they were having a lot of success to his side. Those first 2 drives when he was in there in pass protection, like you said, I don't remember anything bad. But I'll have to watch it again. So I don't really remember the pass protection, but I know that they had a lot of success running to his side. So I'm going to take a look back at it.
This is a question to Kyle because I saw in the chat. Don't look at my chat, Kyle. We're at different points in the chat. I guess, well, probably not. I caught up, but somebody said Jordan Victor, who I know is a common viewer of our channel, said, "What did you think of the handoff from Mike White after the running back tripped?" Go ahead,
dude. We were dying laughing when we watched that. Like, let me be polite with my language.
Why?
What a bitch move by Mike White, man.
Yeah.
Like, dude, the guy's on the ground, man. He's got no shot of getting up. Like, you want him to get piled on? Like, pull the ball yourself and improvise, even if you're only going to try to boot out the other end and try to scramble for some yard. Dude, he's on the ground. What are you doing? Like, it's not like he gave him the ball, then he slipped, or he was in the process of getting up. Like, no, he was on the ground, no shot.
He bent down and gave it to him while he's on the ground.
Yeah, it's just like a natural feel for football. Like, and I understand. Like, okay, if he's handing the ball while he's tripping, like if you're already in that mesh point, like, okay, just stuff in his chest, whatever. But to physically be like, hey, I want to reach down to the ground and hand it off to you. You just have that better awareness to roll out and throw it out of bounds. Like it just that was a terrible play.
It was very funny though.
It was good.
That's preseason football for you right there.
In
a nutshell.
Okay, so Eagle likes Crash Holly, so I appreciate you, Eagle. Somebody asked in the chat before. I don't know exactly.
Did you watch WWF when they had the 24/7 hardcore title rules?
I don't know. I know wrestlers and stuff. We can talk about WWF.
There was this period of time in the WWF era where you could basically, if you were the hardcore champion, you were constantly looking over your shoulder.
Nani wasn't even born, so like Nani had this Nani was born like WWE when it converted.
Yeah.
Anyway, Crash Holly was the champion.
What is WWF, guys? No, I was
not. I mean,
Nani is.
I'm aware of it, but it's definitely
20, 21, 20. Okay, are you being 21 in Carolina?
In October, so not yet.
All right,
we can round up though.
All right, no, it's okay. You know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm Shawn Michaels and Triple H and Kane and Mankind. Like I know wrestling. I just don't know if strict hardcore 24/7 rules. I don't know.
Dude, the people in the chat know what I'm talking about. I think.
Because we have some old dudes. Let's keep moving down.
By the way, while he's looking at
Feeney looked terrible. Did Feeney? I know there's at least one play where he looked pretty bad. But other than that, did he look really bad or?
I'm not sure. I didn't notice.
Honestly,
I have some notes to go through too. I'm just going through the chat.
At this point, I mean, even when you watch the broadcast angles at your own pace, you can get a lot more. But watching it on a straight playthrough, it's kind of really hard to assess the O-line on a straight playthrough like that. So, I can't really say too much.
Jeremy Curvaco said, "How many high noons have you drank tonight?" I've had at least 7 or 8 since Kyle's been here, and I had a couple before that as well. So I'm at least 10 to 12 deep right now, which is, how do you handle your alcohol? I don't think am I like absurdly bad right now? I don't know. The ADD comments.
Yeah, he's definitely goofier than usual.
The ADD comments, the drinking comments, guys, like, listen, I don't appreciate it. I'm just somebody mentioned about trading Mims for a starting level right guard, like a good right guard. That's like I don't know who asked that, but like who? That's all I'm asking. Like who? Because
what team's gonna want to give up a pretty good starting right guard? Anyway, I mean,
I don't know.
That's not how trade.
It depends. Like if you give me a name, like, hey, should I trade him for this guy? Like I can give you an answer, but to just say a right guard in general, I don't know. Like let's just even go to right tackle. Like Nania, would you trade? Let's say we're 2 months. We're kind of working in the future in the past here, but like at this point right now, you have Mims. He proved what he did tonight. Obviously, because we're in the context of the situation we're in now. We don't have Morgan Moses. Do you trade him for Morgan Moses?
No,
I don't think so. Because I don't think his value has changed much from when he was a second-round player last year.
Now let's say Moses
Moses
was the right guard.
Still no.
Okay, so Nani says no. He's it's a starting level tackle. Or
guys, listen, the whole Mims thing is a little strange. It's something to monitor.
I'll just
dude, people because Connor Hughes or whoever is.
No names, Kyle.
I didn't realize you were.
Okay, I got it. I'm kidding.
Anyway,
I'm just trying to because like I went to Twitter and I was like, oh, Mims isn't a yak guy, and then like multiple different people were like, certain names. So I didn't know it was a certain person who was really throwing that narrative out there. But
and listen,
continue.
They have a job to do, but
some do it better than others.
I mean, I'm just kind of laughing at the whole Mims thing the whole time, and then listen, what did he show you tonight? He went and proved that exact narrative wrong. Oh, he's not a yak guy.
He showed you he's not a yak guy, yeah.
I'm not a yak guy? Okay, I'm going to catch the ball and drag guys for 10 yards to get a first down on a 3rd and 18. Tell me I'm not a yak guy.
Yeah, that play was just so funny because, like, it's just a player not expecting. Because, like, we were watching, just, like, talking at the same time. It's like he catches, like, a 6-yard slant in drag, whatever the hell it was, over the middle. And we're like, oh my God. oh my god, go, and like get the first down. Like it's like that's what Mims is.
Did he get a
Like,
first down? You're like, dude, did he get a first down?
yeah, I didn't know he ran for freaking 13 yards, but like that game, the Pats game, and like I said, like even if Mims was what he was just with Flacco throughout the whole season, like none of you were breaking down. I know you were doing whatever it was, where it was like, oh, because you go crazy in the stats sometimes. You can both admit this, or it's like, oh, the first receiver since Mims to have 40 plus yards in his first 3 games. Like I remember all that shit. So like, but even if you just did that throughout his first, what did he play? 9 games, 8 games? 9 games. Okay. But like if Flacco was in there the whole time and you're looking at Mims through a whole healthy season with just Joe Flacco, like he has what, 700, 800, 900 yards. And now people are talking about him in a completely different context, but because you can kind of easily ignore and kind of push aside, okay, didn't have a training camp, didn't have preseason, didn't have the first 7-8 weeks of the season, and was playing in a terrible offense with, let's be honest, 2 dreadful quarterbacks who shouldn't be starting in the NFL, at least last year. Maybe Darnold takes steps up in the right direction. But like people kind of easily push aside what he did last year, which in a context of the situation that he did it in was actually relatively impressive. Like it's not like he was just a scrub last year. Like he was actually, based on the situation, pretty impressive last year. So it's
guys, just calm down with the whole Mims thing. Just calm down. It's gonna be all right. He's talented. He's gonna play when he's on the field. When he doesn't have Sam Darnold as a quarterback, he makes plays. You make plays, you're gonna get on the field even more. Just don't worry that much, guys.
Okay, so we have a couple of things in here in the chat. Jeremy Kaveko said, just, I guess, based on the drinking comment, as Jets fans, we have to keep our drink intake to a good level because ... we are Jets fans. All right. Alex Hunt, I missed the beginning. Are we going to the Super Bowl yet? Alex, I opened the podcast live stream saying that we are going to the Super Bowl and we were winning it because we won today 10-7.
He said it after we scored that first field goal.
We're going to the Super Bowl.
By the way, doesn't it annoy you? I always found this annoying. We said, oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. Like,
we're not winning the Super Bowl?
Yeah, like, why do you say going? I wouldn't be happy. Like, I mean, I would be happy, but like, it'd be very disappointing if my team went to the Super Bowl and didn't win it. Why don't people say win a Super Bowl? They just say go to the Super Bowl.
I don't know.
It's always been a pet peeve of mine.
Shadow said, let's try and go back. Shadow said, how is Croft? Did you notice anything about Croft? Because the first thing that I think I noticed was it Griffin was in before Croft, right? Before he checked in? Or am I wrong?
Griffin
I think you're right. I saw him pretty early in the game.
Yeah, Griffin was in on the very first snap.
But based on the snaps, Croft got the most. And based on what I've watched, I would assume that Croft is tight end 1 right now. I know.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I know people might think it's Herndon, but Croft, in terms of the receiving game, is underrated. Like he's a better receiver than you think he is. People say he's an elite blocker. He's a very good blocker, elite. I think it's a little bit of a far stretch or kind of far-fetched, not a far stretch. But I think he's easily the best tight end on the roster, considering health. So is there a reason you think that he was kind of behind in the rotation tonight?
Wait, guys, we got great news.
What?
Chris Herndon caught a ball tonight.
Oh, yeah. We were watching the game, and then I literally turned to Kyle. I was like, hold on. Wait a second. And I was like, Chris Herndon just caught the ball. And Kyle kind of looked at me. I was like, okay, all right, whatever. But Kyle or Michael, what do you think about the tight end rotation that you saw tonight? What did you think overall about the tight ends?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't too much spectacular in the receiving game. They all had some short catches. Or I don't know if Griffin made a catch, but obviously Herndon did, and he caught it, didn't hit the ground. Progress for him. But Tyler Croft, I agree with you. I think he's the best tight end all-around tight end on the roster until Herndon proves that he can hold on to the ball. Once Herndon, if he can get his hands back up to a normal level, he's probably a more dynamic receiver than Croft. A little bit, though, because I agree with you that Croft's receiving is underrated. He's never had the numbers because that hasn't been his role other than the one season with the Bengals. He had 7 touchdowns. But he makes plays when the ball comes his way. With the Bills last year, he had some great touchdown catches.
Yeah.
So He
And
can
listen, like Herndon, minus that big catch in Green Bay, like what stands out athletically about him?
Yeah, he just had like some circus catches, and I admit,
But what are the
admittedly,
some? Like I know you said some. I'm not trying to like call you out. Like
yeah,
other than the Green Bay catch, what was the other catch that was so?
there was the one he had against the Colts, but I think this is the point: is that they were highlight plays, but they weren't necessarily sustainable plays that prove he can be really good. Because like he had that one against the Colts where he kind of bobbled it and it fell into his chest, like great play, but not sustainable as we've seen. And then other than that, he just had a lot of kind of the catches he was making last year. Just, he got his production, but it's mostly just dumping it down. He actually did pretty good on like those improvised plays with Darnold in the Texans game. So I think that's part of what was promising about him.
That one that Darnold like rolled out to the right and then pointed Herndon upfield and Herndon adjusted his route and went more vertical than to the sideline. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So there are plays like that, but you're right.
I doesn't remember Lawrence Thomas. So is what it is.
Yeah. But you're right. I think that Croft is kind of underrated and Herndon a little bit overrated.
Anderson that you forgot, Joe.
I
mentioned that on a live stream.
Okay, so keep going.
You forgot about that one.
I'll access to Kyle first since Kyle wants to talk. Hypothetical: Denzel Mims for CJ Henderson.
No. Why? What has CJ Henderson shown in his
Nania put his fingers on his chin, so Nania thought about it a little bit more. So Nania, what are your thoughts?
I honestly haven't really watched much of him.
He was a 9th overall pick.
Okay.
And
it was widely agreed that was a huge reach.
To preface this,
and if they want to get rid of him after only having him for such a limited time, what does that tell you about him? I've already seen good plays in the NFL from Mims.
Kyle's talking about that. Well, no, he was a draft pick of last year. I am pretty sure to preface this conversation that me and Kyle had this conversation. Did we?
No, we did not have this conversation.
Okay, I know we're having the same views. Do we have it about? Oh, we had it about David Moore. It's kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. So, C. Henderson he's obviously 9th pick overall.
I think I got to take the beer away from him.
9th overall in 2020's draft. If he's so great, why is he cut? Is it mental problems? Is it that he was playing that bad in training camp? Like, what is the reason? So there's obviously a reason he was cut. So to trade a high asset,
cut yet? I mean,
sorry, he's looking to trade him, which is different than cut. Obviously, if you cut him, it's a lot worse than trading him for a high 2nd round pick. But there's a reason they're looking to get rid of him. So what is that reason? Like people talk about like Yeboah. Let's just say Yeboah in general. So it's something that I bring it back to, like, oh, he shouldn't have been undrafted. Oh, if the Jets don't bring him to their 53-man roster, he's 100% not going to be brought. Like, he's going to be picked up on waivers. If you're so sure Yeboah is going to be brought back on or not be brought back on waivers, why was he undrafted? Like, teams passed on him 200 and how many picks did the draft? 250 times.
Yeah, something like that.
So like, but in terms of Henderson. Obviously, a great prospect coming out. I think his rookie year, from what I saw, was pretty good. And then also I think it was U Stadium. I don't know if you guys saw this the other day, but he was tweeting a lot of tweeting. He was liking a lot of tweets about like suicidal type dark things. I don't know if you guys saw that the U Stadium put out. So
about CJ Henderson?
Yeah, Henderson. So where is he at right now? I think it's like one of them is like a G Unit 50 Cent line. Like I'll look it up. But what are your thoughts, Donnie, in terms of trading Mims for Henderson?
I wasn't aware of that last part, so that definitely adds to it a little bit. I mean, I guess you guys, I'm definitely with you guys. I just kind of think about it a little bit because we're looking at last year's draft, 1st round pick versus 2nd round pick. Jets have a bigger need at corner than receiver right now. So it does come to mind for that reason, but you guys are right in the fact that, if a team is that willing to give up on a top 10 pick that early, there's got to be real issues. And his production wasn't great last year. I'd have to watch more of him to really know how legit that was, or, if he's a scheme fit. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it, but yeah, I'm probably with you guys, but it is something that, that crossed my mind a little bit.
Yeah, he put. I'm gonna find it, but it was like if somebody in the chat knows this, like this 50 Cent quote from G Unit when he was in the I forget what it was. It was something basically about like life's not worth living or something. And he like liked it and like whatever. Carmelo, what? Nanya. So we were watching the game again later. We were kind of bullshitting at the end. What happened to Austin Walter that everybody wants him cut so badly? Am I forgetting something?
Well, there was the one handoff that you guys talked about where he just tripped and took that one. He also, I don't know if people were talking about this, but he had a really bad blitz pickup that led to a sack. So there was that too. Did he have a fumble? I forget if he had. Yeah, he did have a fumble, which might have been that play.
Not a good game.
It wasn't a good game.
Bad blitz pickup, bad run, be tripped, bad. Okay, so I get it. Carmelo said Joe seems like a good drinking partner. Figure out in Carolina or one of the Jets games, Carmelo. I'll hook you up. We'll be good.
I'll be there, and Nani will be there. All three of us.
Yes.
And week 2.
Jeremy likes the choice of Yingling. So he's talking about me about high noons. Now he likes Yingling. So me and Jeremy are on like the same track with apparently. Or should I take the beer away from you? I'm not taking shit away from me, Kyle. Carmelo says Connor Hughes grew on me. Okay. Mims look like Sterling Sharp.
Yeah, I mean that's a Hall of Famer, so I wouldn't go that far.
Mike said, "Nah, this is a good and chill show." Hey, we're trying to chill. It's 1:00 in the morning. By the way, 167 people in here at 1:05 in the morning. I am blown away by Jets fans. Like that's just Jets fans, JetX fans, whatever. Like that's just the fact that there's 167 people here.
I'm mostly just saying because he's entertaining me right now. He's so souped right now.
That's awesome. This is awesome. Eagle Fang. Rich Cimini took over as the biggest joke of journalism after ice cream child stalker Manish was fired. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that story, but Manish is, it is what it is.
Hey, Manish wrote a nice story about Michael. So.
That's true. NY Jets Tales said if you order a lager in PA, you're getting a Yingling, and if you don't, you're not in PA anymore because Yingling is the oldest American brewery, which is based out of Pennsylvania, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong, NY Jets Tales. Moving on. Alex Hunt, week 1 is a dub. Nani, how confident are you week 1? The Panthers O-line, which me and Kyle and I went over last week, 2 weeks ago, is absolute buns. It is bad. And Jets defensive line is a top 5 unit. I'm not going to try to hold back anymore with that. With Lawson, with Q, with Rankins, with Fadokasi, Huff, etc. I think it's a top 5 unit. I really do.
And let's just say this too. For years, people have said the Jets have had like a top 5 D-line. But the huge difference between this year and those other years is we actually have a really good edge rusher now, and we never had that in those previous years.
Yeah.
So
there's a part of me that wants to call Carl Lawson elite, but
he's near elite. He's near elite.
I'll say really, really good. So
go ahead, bring up Kyle. You always bring it up. I think a couple times in the stream you were like, that one stat I saw, I
wasn't even thinking of saying it, so you could.
The first pressure, which is a lot different than the second pressure, because guys can run each other into pressures. Carl.
When I said this on the previous 2 streams, he was all calm, cool, and collected. Now he's got some beers in him. Now he's trying to make.
I got it. There's a lot of different things I make, but
but Lawson is really, really good, and teams better beware of him this year.
So go ahead, Nania. You're going to go about the Panthers game. Kyle, maybe you can handle a stream for 2 seconds. I'm going to go to the bathroom again because, flowing. So, Nania, Panthers game.
Yeah, so I mean, the Jets fan in me doesn't feel great about it. Feels like this is the type of game that we wouldn't that they would blow. But from a logical standpoint, their offensive line against the Jets defensive line is not a good matchup at all. Pat Elflein is starting for them. Cameron Irving is starting for them.
I got a question for you, Michael.
Yeah.
We obviously know Sam Darnold was horrible in all aspects of his games last year. But do you have any stats that you know off the top of your head or that you could quickly research that shows how bad Darnold was under pressure last year?
Yeah, I mean, I could actually pull some up right now, but I mean, the biggest thing actually with Darnold, I think, is in addition to that last year, is that even his clean pocket numbers were bad. I think that's the biggest thing because people, and look, this was true before last year. I was a huge fan of him. And the reason why is because for the most part, he did generally do better when he's protected well. But last year, that wasn't the case at all. When he was under pressure, he was bad. We all know that. But even when he was kept clean, his numbers were still among the worst in the league. So he wasn't playing better even when he was protected well. But obviously we know throughout all 3 of his years, the pressure is a huge issue for him. And he was consistently near the bottom of the league in passer rating, yards per attempt, whatever it is you look at with pressure. So if this Jets offense or defensive line is as dominant against the Panthers O-line as you think it would be, it's hard to imagine them not succeeding against that O-line. Then it's going to be tough for the Panthers to put up points on them. Even with the issues in the secondary against, a good receiving duo and DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. You got a really good receiving back in Christian McCaffrey, but Jets also have a very good coverage linebacker in CJ Mosley who can help neutralize that and a couple of good safeties. So I think this defense against that Panthers offense is a really good matchup for the Jets. It's on the other side where I think they might have more issues, this offensive line against Brian Burns, that's going to be a problem. He's fantastic, elevated a lot last season.
Yeah.
And what's Zach Wilson going to have in his first game? We don't know. So, but this defense against that offense it's objectively a really favorable matchup for the Jets.
I'm sure that Robbie Anderson is thrilled that Sam Darnold is back, just based on all the tweets and stuff he liked and the comments he made about not getting the ball and whatever else it may have been. People are talking about, Jeremy, are you going to military camp? No. Again, it's a lot easier to shave it and shave it short than have to shave it all the time. People are talking about unfollow Cowherd, Samini, Sean Kings, and all this stuff, and people are starting to talk about it. Again, what those guys thrive off of is not necessarily good opinions. And I'm not trying to single anybody out, but they thrive off of clicks, not good opinions. But you clicking on them and quote tweeting them and replying to them only aids them going forward. So just ignore it. That's all. It's all you do. Just ignore it, and you're not aiding them because they don't care if you care, or they don't care if you agree with their opinion. Let's see. Just watch the Hardy review. Guys, a ton of fire. Team Jets Talk 24/7. Ryan's in here. All right. I just saw you 10 minutes ago. Ryan, what's up? Hope to join you on the stream. Ryan, if you want to come in here, let me know. I'll throw you in here. Appreciate you. Go check out Jets Talk 24/7. Hopefully I'll be on that channel soon with Ryan. Mike honestly said, sorry. Of course I just fucked up there. He said, I honestly wouldn't know Joe was drinking if he did say so. Mike, 10 plus deep right now. I appreciate that because I'm getting some shit in the chat that I'm apparently so beyond gone that 10 deep. Like there's people who would be sleeping right now.
You're still very competent. You're a lot more goofier than usual.
Okay, well, it is what it is.
Stream, right?
Yeah, hey, it is what it is. Moving on. Coming out of college, I thought he was more of a man corner.
Who?
I guess Bless Austin. This guy we were talking about a while ago. Sorry, I think Samini should have his press pass revoked. I cringe whenever I hear his voice. Do we talk about Samini?
I'm gonna say.
Go ahead. You're more level-headed than I am. More.
No, listen. So Todd Bowles went to Elizabeth High School. Well, I teach at Elizabeth High School. So Todd Bowles gave the commencement speech back in 2015. And I'm there at graduation. I'm seeing some of my students graduate. So and this year, that particular year, they held it in the gym. They have a very big gym. So I'm like looking around and I'm like, is that Ray Samini? So I went up and I talked to him. And we were talking for a good 10, 15 minutes. And honestly, he was pretty nice. And we were talking about Bowles versus Rex and all this kind of stuff. And Fitzpatrick and Geno Smith. And listen, he was a nice guy then when I talked to him. In terms of what he is as a reporter, I remember, I forget her name. There's some female reporter for ESPN. And I guess Richie, he's like a boomer, so technology is not quite his thing. He was trying to direct message someone, and he ended up tweeting it out. And he was talking about how she wrote a piece of shit practice report. And he was basically suspended by ESPN for like a week or something like that because he tweeted that out when it was supposed to be a DM to somebody. That was pretty funny. And he called Kendrick Ellis a druggie.
Kendrick Ellis.
The
third round pick. Yeah.
Lineman.
Yeah.
So, he's been doing it for 30 years, so I guess he's doing something.
Yeah. Jordan Victor, in terms of going back to football for this or for the stream, he said, I really want to see them give Josh Adams more shots. Jordan, I agree with you.
Yes.
I mentioned that to Kyle late in the game. I was like, wow, this is the first time I've seen Josh Adams in the game, and like Austin Walter and some other guys got reps before Josh Adams. So like, is Josh Adams just not in that rotation anymore? Because looking at what he did in 2020, like he was pretty productive when he got obviously the ball, and then he would get 5 yards to carry. Adam Gase said, no freaking way, I can't do this. I need my running back to get 2 yards per carry. Put Frank Gore back in. But is Josh Adams like clearly out of that top 4? Because right now, if we had to predict 4 running backs to get on the roster, I think at a time in the offseason, we'd all say, okay, it's P. Ryan versus Josh Adams for that 4th spot. I hope I'm not speaking for you guys, but I think you agree with that opinion. And now Josh Adams is like an afterthought. So what's the deal with that? What do you think, Nania?
Yeah, I agree. I think both of us thought earlier in the offseason, like in terms of what we saw last year, that should have been an open competition. Mm-hmm. Even with P. Ryan being in the second year, just in terms of what we saw last year, Josh Adams, it was a small sample, but he was great last year. And P. Ryan kind of had some stuff he needed to improve, and it was a deep depth chart. So that possibility was there that he was competing for. But at this point, it does seem like P. Ryan, he looked solid in this game. I don't think it was anything spectacular, but he finished near the goal line. He finished short yardage, kept the clock moving at the end. He was solid, and I've seen him make some better reads at the green and white scrimmage. Kyle and I were at. He made one really nice cutback. He had some decent reads tonight, and it seems like the reports on him have been good.
About how the dude runs hard, man.
Yeah. So it seems like he's improved.
I saw that a little bit too. That one big run he had,
Yeah, and it does seem like he's kind of like, just based on the buzz and the way that they were deployed tonight, that it's not really a battle. But it's odd because Adams does. You saw him tonight. The one run he had, he comes in and he makes big plays when he gets his opportunities. He did last year, so it doesn't seem like he has a chance, but I think he'll catch on somewhere and do well.
And again, this is before P. Ryan ran well tonight, but I think, was it last stream, Kyle, where we said like, hey, if we have to get, just say one run in a game, we want a guy to get 2 yards, we'll take Josh Adams over P. Ryan in that situation. So we expected him at least to get a shot, where I get like everything else works into it with the draft pick, P. Ryan being younger, etc. So I'm surprised he was so far kind of down in that rotation tonight.
Yeah, he didn't come in until really late.
I appreciate the compliment, Eagle. Carmelo says, I support all Jets content, but like Jets Talk 24/7, Joe, JC, Green Bean. Okay, hey, support everybody. That's fine. Hodge, did we notice Hodge? He said Hodge looked fantastic. Are you just John?
I didn't notice.
I don't know if you're bullshitting me.
Yeah.
Tristan
Hodge. It's Hodge.
I couldn't say.
We have no lives at Jets Factor. Hey, listen, we kind of figured like it's an exciting time.
Summer break, man.
Exciting time. Jets game. I'm hanging out with Kyle anyway. We'll probably just be bullshitting about football anyway. So why not just talk to you guys too?
We had some interesting conversations tonight. I don't know if I want to talk about the topics.
No, I don't think so. No, we're not. We're not going to be here till 5 o'clock in the morning. That's why we stopped watching some. Nick Integra said Carolina trips. Let's go. Maybe I'll see you guys there in week 2.
Dude, like I said, listen, if you're going to Carolina, you better as hell stop by and
listen. You have guys like, so I don't want. The thing is, like, a lot of people, and I know personally, like, just people who go to tailgates and don't not go to tailgates. They want to go to games, but they don't have anybody to tailgate with. if you guys either want to just come to hang out, like I'm down again. Somebody called me a good drinking partner before. If you want to come and just drink with me and have fun, whatever, I'm down. If you want to come and drink because you don't have anybody else to chill with, I'm down. Kyle doesn't drink. You can talk to a sober person. But with me, you're going to get there and we're shotgunning at 8 o'clock in the morning. That just is what it is for Jets games for me. Dude, Carolina, Tennessee Titans week 4, Pats game. I think I'm on the Jaguars game. It's just with my work schedule. I work shift work. It's not easy to get off Sundays. Let me know. I'm down to drink with any person here. Just go to a game. So let me know for real. Carolina, we have a good time, right, Kyle? Carolina and week 2 we're going, and apparently Nani's going to week 2.
Yeah,
but
I'll
Kyle
be
knows that.
The first 2 games.
But I didn't know that. So I'm kind of offended that Kyle, who's like a contributor with 8-point font, knew before I knew. But it is what it is. Which, by the way, Kyle, since we're on this topic, Nania is the one in charge of making that intro.
Yeah, I got to get on it. You can blame me for that one.
I'm not blaming Nania.
No,
because if you really wanted it, you would tell Nania.
I did tell Nania.
He did.
Okay, you did.
And by the way, and the whole, why did I know this before you knew this about Nania?
You went with Nania. I know. Okay.
Dude, I as soon as I decided I was going to the green and white, I texted him. And I said, hey, I'm going to the green and white. He's like, cool, I'm not. That was his text. That was his text.
It might have been.
Kyle, did you tell him about the Sam Darnold fan in front of us?
Yeah, he told me. He was like,
that was great.
Should have kept Sam Darnold or whatever, and Kyle was like talking shit.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was a little bit reserved because he had his kids with him. Dude, me and Michael were sitting behind this guy, and my dad's with me too. My dad's wearing his Chiefs gear. And Zach throws a pick, and he's like, oh! This guy's freaking out. He's like, we should have kept Sam. And my dad's like, you don't want to do that. My dad talks like he's got like a Southern accent, even though he's not from the South. And the guy's like, yes, I do. He's like, look at this guy. And I was like, bro, come on. You're acting like Sam Darnold wasn't doing this stuff in year 3. This is a rookie in training camp. And he's like, yeah, but look at him. I was like, what do you mean look at him? He's like, he's so small. I was like, he's 6'2". What are you talking about? And he's like, Sam's bigger. Okay, man. I mean, at that point, I knew there was no.
My favorite part was like he was like, when is he 6'2" with cement under his shoes? And you're like, someone measured him.
Yeah. Literally,
dude,
at a professional.
So I wrote that article. Have you taken the Sam Darnold blue pill? That guy is the definition of being blue pill, right? Remember, the movie The Matrix. You take the blue pill, you believe what you want to believe. That guy wants to believe that Sam Darnold will be good and whatever. So he's just.
We're gonna move to the chat, and then we're going to address some of the notes, and then it's 1:22. So there's a lot of people here for 1:22 in the morning.
There's something about watching a football game because there's not many. Your adrenaline gets pumping after a football game.
Them or me?
Anybody who's a real passionate football fan.
Oh, dude, the fact that it's 100.
You, I mean, you got the alcohol pumping you too. So.
Am I a bad guy for having a couple of beers? Like I don't, it is what it is.
Who said you're a bad guy?
No, it's just you're so NY Jets Tale says, "Thank you for the great in caps." After game stream was too hyped to go to sleep and needed an unwind. Always fun and informative. And love hanging out with other fans. Appreciate you, NY Jets Tales, who I think is relatively new to this channel. I haven't seen him a ton before the last couple of streams, so appreciate you. Somebody said, Kyle, it's your show now. That's bullshit, Mike.
That's when you went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. He said Quentin Williams or Jonathan Marshall. I said I brought up Jonathan Marshall in terms of him being an Ed Oliver equal before. Yeah. So no, I go ahead, Kyle. It's your show now. So
I answered that in the chat. I said Quentin, at least he's not lazy.
Okay.
I never ever accused Quentin of being lazy. That was the biggest reason I was hating on Marshall shortly after we drafted him. Dude, if you guys
the one thing I noticed in the chat, by the way, is
that Ole Miss game. You will see what I'm talking about in that game.
Eagle, don't be embarrassed. You can't spell Nasruddin. Just say Ham. Every time I see you mention Nasruddin, it's the Florida State linebacker. Just say Ham. That's all you got to do. Hey, Ryan, good to see you. Yeah, did Ryan comment back? I don't know. I think Hamza played with the first team. Might have been sub package show.
Hamza is an Arabic name, and usually it's translated to lion.
Chicken Jenkins, yeah. NY Jets Hills keeps super chatting Jets X Factor because he's a good guy. Joe Judge Blewett tonight. Is that because like he's like a military guy? And I thought it was because of the haircut. I guess I don't know, but I guess because of like he makes people run laps and stuff because of the haircut. I'm a military guy. This is the Kyle and Joe and Kyle show now.
Okay, some people respect me.
You're gonna get 8 font when Nanya decides to do it. It's just it is what it is. So NY Jets Tales asks you a question, Nanya, directly. What is your overall thoughts on our safeties? We didn't see May much, but he was in plays when on the field. I'm looking for the safety core to pick up the cornerback slack. Thoughts?
Yeah, it didn't seem like too much of an eventful game for the safeties tonight. I don't remember too much from May and the Joyner, which I guess is a good thing for the most part when you're watching, when all you can get is broadcast view. But there's actually one play from Niesman that stood out. There's kind of a breakdown up front. I don't know if it was the linebackers or the edge or whatever, but there was a run that potentially could have been big, and Niesman came in along the sideline and saved a maybe touchdown. So that one comes to mind, but not much from the safety tonight. But I like the safety duo, and I like the interchangeability of it. I think both these guys, and we kind of saw it in the practices, and in this game a little bit. Both these guys can handle both roles. We've seen that May can play in the box. He can play deep. Joyner obviously has slot corner experience. He's most comfortable at free safety, obviously. He even said it in a press conference recently that he's very happy to be moving on from the Raiders. And he basically said that they played him out of position. He didn't like it. So we know free safety is probably his primary role. Strong safety, May's primary, but there's a lot of interchangeability between them two. So
now to make you get on more of a negative spin, because you're being positive. Oh, it is what it is. You don't speak the truth.
Preseason opener.
It's not okay. So
good.
The thing me and Kyle and I always fuck that up.
Who cares?
I don't like that we've heard more from the coaching staff and I guess from the Jets in general was that May is going to be playing more in the box than he was previously. So what is your thoughts, or what are your thoughts on May playing more in the box than he did in the previous few years?
Yeah, I do definitely agree with that. And it is, like the versatility thing is there because he has done it. So, he can do it, and that's good. But we clearly saw last year that his production was better when he's playing deep. He played, I think, the first 5 games basically in Jamal's old role. And he had that outstanding aim against the Bills to start the year. And then the next four games, he didn't play too well. He missed a lot of tackles. His coverage wasn't great. But then he moved back to free safety. And that's when he started racking up the plays that gave him his big numbers and the notoriety he got last year. And he did legitimately play better, as overrated as he might have been. He still definitely played a lot better in the deep role. So that is definitely a question mark. I agree. It's nice to have the interchangeability, but he's better deep. I think he's
that Bills game. Like I just remember fans coming out like, "Dude, guy is better than Jamal Adams in the box." And I was like, "Let's pump the brakes a little bit." But in general, I feel like Kyle and I disagree a little bit about May. Like Kyle thinks he's like very, very good. I think he's solid, but I'm much more comfortable with him high than I am with him low. So, and with Joyner too, like I like Joyner, but he's not as much of a instinctive high guy than I think people think he is. Kind of like he's a little bit more reactionary than what's the word I'm looking for? Reactionary versus instinctual. Yeah, that's a good word. There you go.
Okay. So here's my question for you. And you obviously wrote a piece on him. And
talking about me?
Yes, you.
Okay. There's 2 people here, so I'm not just you're saying you.
Good point. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to remember what were some of the strengths that you wrote down for Joyner off the top of my head. Because for me, I struggle thinking of, okay, he really excels in this area. Like, you can point out certain strengths, but with Joyner, I wouldn't think like he's really good in any one particular area. Like,
it's
to
more.
me, he seems like he's a liability in several different areas of the field.
I would say it's more athleticism based than mentality based with him. Like it's the physicality, it's the speed, it's the range kind of. But in terms of like, again, leveraging himself over route concepts and tackling, like his
late on rotations, coverage
and
rotations.
Nani, I don't know if you saw this or somebody saw it, but somebody said his tackling is good. And Kyle,
bad angle.
It is bad. His open field tackling is bad.
I have to admit it. I'm guilty of that. That's probably me that put that out with his tackling stats. But I think the difference
listen, Nani, you need to be more responsible. You have like 12,000 followers or whatever you have. You got to be more responsible. Does he have? Is it more than 12,000?
He's got like 14.
Is it 14?
I'm not counting. You guys are. But
no,
listen,
I'm counting. Nani, what is it? I'm looking up right now.
All right, it's 15. But listen, I'm guilty. I posted that, but listen, I can defend it. I think the difference is like with missed tackles, the way they're tracked, they're more talking about like finishing. Like, is he at the tackle point, whiffing on the tackle? But I think based on your film review and what I've seen is that it's more the angles. So he's not really getting credited with missed tackles. It's bad tackling.
Knows. Go ahead.
Wait, Michael, I didn't understand that. How do they track missed tackles? Can you repeat that?
Like, I think the discrepancy here is like, Joyner is a bad tackler because he takes bad angles, so he doesn't necessarily get to the ball. But missed tackles are mostly like if you're right at the ball carrier and he evades you, like he trucks you or he jukes you out, or you just dive at him and you miss. Like, I think those are missed tackles, and he doesn't have.
So this play that Joe's showing, would they count this as a missed tackle?
Yeah, see, like that's what I think the difference is, because I don't think that would be counted as one. Like, I agree with you.
Oh my God, how?
But
like, this is so bad. This is so bad.
I know, but I don't think that would get counted as one because he technically didn't miss the tackle. He just took a bad angle. But I agree with you. It's bad. But just in terms of the way it gets tracked, I think that's why he has those good numbers.
Huh.
That's interesting.
That's why you always got to put context into it, as I always try to do.
All right. So moving on. I'm trying to see anything in the chat. NY Jets Tales. People talking about Tevin Coleman. Meatball Farm said Blewett's feeling good right now. All right.
Someone said Ray Charles was spotting the ball on that play.
Future Joe and Kyle shows you have to let fans join in video chat and talk football with you guys. In video chat? If you guys wanted to, let me know. I think Meatball said Blue's feeling good again. Oh no, I just read it again. Video chat? Would people want to join in video chat? If you guys are interested in that, let me know.
Pull up that Joyner Latavius Murray play.
Okay, give me a second.
I can read some chat stuff while you do that.
I'm at Carmelo.
Carmelo?
Let's see. The Joyner, the Latavius Murray, like Raiders, Latavius Murray, or
he might have been at the Vikings.
The Vikings.
If you look for Latavius, you might find it. Yosmar said, I'm arguing with a wall on that point, Kyle. And you love my article. Thanks, Yosmar. I appreciate that.
Arguing with a wall.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, somebody like that, you can provide them as much evidence and stuff that you want. They're just going to believe what they want, and you're just wasting your breath and energy. So,
is it this play?
Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, this isn't. So, Michael,
he can't see it yet.
Oh, you can't see it?
He can't see it yet. Now he can see
we're
it.
Gonna show it to Michael. Okay. Michael, is this a missed tackle?
He's deep. I think it's a missed tackle. He misses the tackle. Like, he actually touches him, I think. Is this the play?
That one probably gets counted. That one probably does.
All right.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm just saying, like, what the numbers say. But the numbers aren't always right.
Thought of two plays off the top of our head. But honestly, you watch his film, like these aren't the only such examples. Like,
Yeah, it's
to call Joyner a good tackler, and I'm not saying that Michael's doing that. I'm just saying anyone like. Ugh.
Yeah.
And like
moving on.
Yeah, so
but you count that as a missed tackle, right? I guess.
Yeah, I think that would be one.
Thanks, Yosmar. Just more vocal. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to. NY Jets. If there was NY Jets talk, I'm gonna wait for it. All right, I appreciate you. Did Salah really miss a challenge spot? Yes, he did. That first run where Johnson got over the yard marker.
Definitely. And they showed the replay too, and it was clear.
That first one, he clearly missed a challenge. So I was, again, it's the first game. It's preseason. Do they give a shit? I'm not sure. But that first play, I remember like, why are they not throwing a challenge? And then the next one, he held the flag a little bit. I'm like, dude, he's got to learn to throw a flag here because this is practice for him too. He threw the flag. But that first play, Nani, do you remember that play specifically?
Yeah, that's one of the worst spots I've ever seen. That
like
was
how does
incredibly obvious.
He's still learning.
But how doesn't Salah not challenge that?
Yeah, hopefully it's just them not caring more so than him really missing it. But
yeah,
at least he hit the next one. It showed some progress.
Mike Landez said coming in late, so I might have missed some of this. Probably.
Probably.
But if you're coming late, so but can we get some group Sean DeFrude about Jamal Adams holdout from Seattle's new contract? Can you tell me that whatever it is? Sean DeFrude? Sean DeFrude.
I have no idea.
Okay. About Jamal Adams holdout. Nani, are you happy that he's holding out? Because personally I am. And like, again, if I'm a dick, whatever. But like people talk about Sam Darnold. I really want him to succeed. Listen, I'm complimenting. I'm an asshole. I want Sam Darnold and the
pleasure derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
Okay, sure. That works. That works. Like people talk about Sam Darnold wanting to succeed. I'm cool with him succeeding after 2021 because we have their draft pick. I want them to finish. I want the Panthers to finish as the second worst team in the NFL and the Seahawks to finish as the number one worst team in the NFL. Like, I just want the draft picks for the Jets. So, yeah, of course I'm happy about Jamal Adams. Like the guy's a complete prick. Like who's not happy about him now having feuds with Seattle? And then he's gonna go to the Cowboys, and then after the Cowboys, he's gonna be sick of there for 2 years, and he's gonna go to the Rams, and after the Rams, he's like a what's that word I'm looking for?
Prima donna.
No, not a prima donna. Someone who goes places like just do a goal. Usually it's like a killer. What the hell is the word I'm thinking about?
Cancer?
No, not cancer. Mercenary. He's like a mercenary. Mercenary. That's the word I'm thinking about.
What people call Darrell Revis.
Yeah. So, Nani, thoughts on Jamal Adams' contract dispute?
I agree with you. It's great. Jets have their pick. Anything that makes the Seahawks worse is great. And if it makes Jamal Adams unhappy, that's an extra bonus. So,
Eagle said bad angle. Yes, but that's not a missed tackle. I would say a bad angle is a missed tackle.
Yes.
Because if you're being technical, Eagle, yeah, okay, him touching a guy and not making a tackle is a missed tackle. But the angle,
you can say he got trucked there, but he should have made that tackle.
But the angle
is a missed tackle
because the angle is a part of the tackle.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we agree.
By the way, Marcus May takes very good angles. Sure.
And by Jets Tales, 1:30 a.m. I'm assuming we all have drinks on us, minus Kyle and Nanya. Let's see. That play is a missed tackle. I guess it's about Latavius Murray. Somewhere Jamal Adams is crying. Alex Lee, of course, he's not smoking cigars anymore.
He's not smoking.
Wow, Joshua Edwards. I proposed to my girl at the game tonight.
That's pretty.
Wow.
Cool.
Did she say yes? And why are you up?
She must have said yes. He would be posting.
The question is, Joshua, legitimate question. So you proposed to your girlfriend now. It's
put on the telescreen.
It's 1:38 in the morning. Well, when you commented 1:36. Why are you up with us? Like, I love you. I appreciate you on the chat. Why are you here with us? Maybe she's sleeping. He's like, you know what? Fuck it. Sorry. I gotta get some Jets X Factor in us. That's probably what it is. Shandon fraud. He commented again. Yeah, happiness is at the misfortune
of others.
By the way,
hoping that Sam Darnold succeeds, if I can weigh in on that, besides the whole draft pick aspect, I mean, listen, any Jets fan in their right mind, if you're really want the best for the Jets, you have to root for them to do bad because you should want the better pick. But even aside from the pick, like let's say we didn't even have the pick, I don't wish the kid bad in his personal life and stuff.
No, yeah.
But honestly, there's a part of me that says I just want to be right about him and moving on from him. So
Adams?
I'm talking about Darnold.
Oh, Darnold. Yeah,
So
yeah.
honestly, there's a part of me that kind of doesn't want him to succeed just for that reason.
No, I don't
I don't know if I'm an asshole for that. But that's the first thing I feel.
I don't want him to succeed because if he doesn't succeed, we could have the 33rd or 34th pick of the second round next year.
If you take the pick out of it, is what I'm trying to say.
The only reason minus the pick I would not want to see him succeed is all the Jets fans on Twitter who would comment that he was the wrong move to move on from him.
Yeah.
That's about it. So we got caught up in the chat. So moving on to some of our notes. Nani, did you talk about Wilson yet or no? Did you?
Not yet, but
Well,
I can talk about it now. I mean,
okay, I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I thought it was really solid. I mean, I think the main thing you want to see is just, you love to get the highlights that some of these other rookie quarterbacks put out, but that's just circumstantial. All you can do is make the best decision on every play and execute it as crisply and efficiently as you can. And he was doing that. He was going through his reads. He's making quick decisions, and it was mostly, 3-step drop, quick stuff, but he was getting the ball out quick. The ball location was great on the majority of his throws. And he was making opposite hash throws on, out routes that were really nice, throws over the middle, and he was on point and he was making good decisions. So obviously he's nothing special, or special in the sense that there were ridiculous highlights, but he was consistent, making good decisions is exactly what you want to see.
Looked relatively decisive. The zip was there, accurate, and the out route to Davis was a pretty good throw. And then I think based on what I saw from
hung it a little bit more outside, just a little bit more. Nah,
he could have hung it outside a little bit more outside. Is that what you just said? Again, it's late. So I think the best throw from him tonight, I don't know if you guys agree, and I want to watch it again, was the throw to Keelan Cole in that triple coverage.
Yeah, certain.
But overall, looked pretty good. And Nani, I don't know if you saw the same thing that I saw. You said you were watching before we brought you on, but the red zone route to Davis kind of looked like he was running in, and they had a little bit of miscommunication where Wilson throws in and keep running, and Davis was either going to sit it down or kind of break back outside. Like, I don't know if it's an option route or kind of more of just like a scramble drill feel type of thing. There's differences in those, obviously. But I didn't think it was a terrible throw where I think he forced it because he thought Davis was going to continue in his route, not that he was just completely like kind of blanketed in his coverage kind of.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. It didn't look like anything catastrophic. Just looked like a miscommunication on the route. And Carl, you guys talked about him a little bit, but Carl Banks was like, "Oh, he's got to watch that throw. We call that a near interception or whatever." And it's like, nah, it wasn't that.
Yeah, Carl Banks didn't bring that same energy for those Giants quarterbacks. So,
dude, every play the Giants made were great. Every first down, that clear bounce off the ground, clear box out and catch, like, is brutal. I put in my notes Carter and Johnson looked good, but after the first drive, Carter I would say was more average. I wasn't overly impressed with Michael Carter, which is fine. It's his first game. Huff, CJ Moser, talked about him. O-line was solid. Talked about that. Hamza, we talked about. Right. Let's see. I'm just trying to move through all the notes. And if you guys want to talk about it,
aggressive dude. He comes in hard.
What's the thing with the corner? Like, even with the corners, and I think you guys would both take this right now. Like, even if out of all the rookies we have right now, if we can get one average starter out of, let's be honest, like even Jared Davis, Hamza, and Sherwood, and then you go to corners and you go to obviously Pinnock, Carter the second, and Dunn, and all these guys. If we can get two average starters out of those like complete question marks right now, I think we'd all take it right now.
Yeah.
And moving forward to the 2022 Jets, that's a huge get because linebacker is still a huge need and corner is still a huge need. But if we could supplement those positions this year with a solid, let's say, even depth corner, or even maybe number two in a pinch with some of the guys we got in the late rounds, which, listen, like in the fifth round, having Pinnock being a good number 4 guy is a positive. Like we'd all take that for a 5th round pick. Like that's a good draft pick. And then the same thing with Hamza or Sherwood being a 5th round pick and a 6th round pick, or a 4th and a 6th. 4th was
5th and 6th, I believe.
5th and a 6th. We take a starting linebacker. So I think tonight we saw Sherwood, I would say in general, I'm not overly high on, be more impressive than I thought he would be. Just again, baseline of watching. Sherwood was good. Hamza was good. And I would say Eccles was pretty good. So would you guys, or Nani, we'll start with you. Okay, he wasn't brutal in his first game. But would you take, let's just say out of all those players, like out of all the late round draft picks, let's go.
What about your boy Michael Carter II? You see anything from him? I don't think we talked about
No, but like I'm just saying anywhere from the 5th to the 6th round, we had 5, 6 picks. Taking two average level players out of that, I think we'd all be ecstatic, right, Michael? Or
yeah. I think that's completely realistic. I mean, even if you get that is
from late round, it's
better than average. So if they can get one of the corners to play well, one of the linebackers to, just play starter level average, like you said, that's great. That's fantastic. I think and I think that's why they took the approach they did. They just wanted to take as many shots at the dartboard as they could, hopefully hit on one of them. And it's a pretty good strategy, I think, for the situation that this team is in. I think they will be able to find competency out of at least one guy at both spots.
Now, a couple more topics before we get to the chat, and then probably gotta log off eventually because I think my wife is gonna walk into the bedroom. She's gonna punch me directly in the dome. So,
me too.
yeah. Well, you'll leave.
I'm a bad influence.
I gotta wake up with her. So the one other thing is Cole being the punt returner. Is that something that we didn't really know a lot about, right? It's kind of more question marks. Will it be Barrios? Which, by the way,
it should not be Barrios.
Where is Barrios tonight? And then is Cole the punt returner? Because like it was again, it's not.
I believe Barrios was out for this game. They announced it right before.
Yeah, no, he was out because I didn't notice. Like he literally was not in the game. But like what happened to him? So that's the one question. And then
also Isaiah Dunn didn't play. Just find that now.
Okay, so there's a reason he was out. So that's good because if all these guys, Zane Lewis and all these guys are getting reps over him, it's a concern. But do you think Cole will be the punt returner or?
I think Barrios is going to get it. I kind of like him as a punt returner. He doesn't have game breaking potential, but he's sound. He doesn't muff punts, and he kind of takes what's there and moves it consistently and doesn't really dance around and have losses. So I think Barrios will end up keeping it.
Kyle, I think you were pretty emphatic over here in saying no Barrios.
I want to hear the anti-Barrios.
Yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, he's fine as a punt returner.
He changed his tune real quick after Nani was like, I want him.
No, when Nani started talking about him as a punt returner, I was like, yeah, he's a pretty good punt returner. I just I have some anti-Barrios because the whole crap last year where people were like, oh, we can cut Crowder and Barrios can easily
that I'd love to hear. I'm all on board with that. I agree.
So
well, if you're taking the stance of we should cut Barrios because he's just as good as Crowder, which there's an OG source there that we know. It's pretty dumb, but it is what it is. Just because
Cole's a good punt returner, though.
Cole's a good player. So we'll go through I only have 2 more topics in my notes from this game, and then we'll get to the chat, and then Kyle's got to go home. You have a fun drive coming. So Mike White, quarterback 2. What do you think about that, Nani? Because obviously he played a lot more than James Morgan. You think it's more of a rotation thing where they're trying kind of both the guys out? And overall, let's just talk about both the quarterbacks because when White was in there, he kind of looked like and Kyle mentioned it when we were watching it, he had a command of the offense where Morgan, again, I want to watch the fourth quarter again, but he didn't look as in command. Like he looked more questionable, missing some throws, rushing some throws where Mike White looked like he at least deserved to be there,
Yeah, Morgan was missing some easy throws in the flat. There was one to Griffin that the timing was just off. He threw it too early, too much heat, went right through his hands. Then there was one to, I believe it was Walter on that diving first down play where he threw it too high and kind of made him have to work for it a little bit more. So Morgan, it was his first NFL game, so I guess we'll give him the next 2 games to figure it out. But he was definitely really erratic in this game. But Mike White, I mean, didn't do anything too special, but he came in and delivered. And that's a big part of this offense is just timing. Can you come out with the play fake, get the ball out quickly into the flat, stuff like that. And for the most part, he did it pretty well. Nothing special, but those easy throws in the flat where you just want to lead the receiver, give him the best chance to make a play, he did that pretty well. So I think Mike White definitely took a step up in that battle tonight.
Now, since you're not going to be here next week for the 53-man roster prediction, going into the year, obviously you can kind of preface it by saying I think they might sign a quarterback pre the start of the season. What's the depth chart going into the season? Do you think it's going to be Mike White and Morgan? Do you think it's going to be Morgan be the backup, Mike White be the backup? Do you think it's going to be James Johnson, Josh Johnson, who didn't play at all tonight? Like, what do you think like the situation is going to the season? Because Kyle and I talked about it a lot last week, and it's not just about having a guy who can come in to play a game. There's a lot more to the game of football in terms of just speaking to a guy who's been there before to diagnose coverages, and the safety was cheated over a little bit this way or a little bit that way. It could have been this coverage. And Kyle talked to us a couple of weeks ago where Kyle said, just in general, like in terms of speaking to your principal versus your teachers, like you rather go to your teachers. I said, I'd rather go to another patrolman than, my chief, like you rather kind of go to guys who are to your level. So that's kind of one area where I feel that Douglas failed Wilson was in the quarterback room, not just for playing who could play behind him, but who can mentor him, because people just act like, oh, it's just the coaches, that's their job. But I think that's kind of bullshit. You don't really kind of maybe understand what goes on. So I don't know what I'm necessarily asking right now, but one, who's going to be QB2? Is there a QB3? And then what do you feel about the overall kind of situation going into the season? And did Joe Douglas, to me at least, don't let me kind of blend your opinion, but like, did he fail this position? Because to me, I think he did.
Yeah, I wrestle with this one a lot. It's tough to figure it out because Morgan has that, the advantage of being drafted last year by this GM, which, you think would keep him safe in his second year, regardless of how he plays. But Mike White did have second team reps in this game and outplay him pretty clearly. And then you have Josh Johnson in the room, who is the only guy who can provide that leadership, at the same level that you probably need for a young quarterback. And Saleh did have a quote a few months ago, I believe it was OTAs, where he downplayed that a little bit and said, a veteran would need to learn the offense. And that he basically said that he didn't think that they brought much, but the fact that they did bring in Johnson kind of shows that maybe they do value that. So I guess right now I could see maybe White sticking in as, the actual backup of Johnson, making it for that as the third quarterback for that experience aspect. And then maybe they try to stash Morgan on the practice squad, which might be a little bit risky in just his second year as a fourth round pick. But there's a lot of different ways they can go with it. And so I guess I'm interested to see what Morgan does in his next two games with more, now that he has his first one out of the way, but it's kind of tough to figure what they'll do.
I'm trying to listen to what you're saying, but Kyle just was like giggling in the background, and I don't know what he's laughing at. So I'm trying to I don't know
if you guys saw that fight at the SoFi Stadium with the Rams and the Chargers.
No,
I'm laughing at that.
Kyle's just laughing in the background. I start laughing, so I think he's laughing at something about me, and then Michael's like trying to talk really seriously about a topic.
I was on Twitter.
Are you okay? You're okay? You're good to go?
Yeah, dude, you watched that? Dude, this guy was like trying to fight four guys at once, and it didn't work out well for him. And this
the guy from the Phoenix Suns
started punching him in the butt. That's why it's so funny.
Okay. We're gonna continue on the chat. I'm at 133, so we'll move to the chat, and then unless you guys have something else.
But Mike White is clearly QB2 over Morgan.
Yeah, he looked a lot better, and he obviously got the reps over it as well. Another congratulations to Josh, by the way, for proposing. That's fantastic. You should be tending to your fiance right now, as one would say, laying the wood. No.
Listen, man, they might be practicing.
Oh, you're right.
People,
you're right. You're right. I'm insensitive. I'm insensitive. You should be doing whatever the max is you can do right now. Moving on. Jerry is not going to play Jamal Adams. Listen, I can speak as a Jets fan in terms of, okay, we're in the Seahawks position right now. We trade 2 first-round picks and what was the other pick for Jamal Adams?
A third? And then the safety.
And you don't re-sign him after 2 years. Can you imagine the backlash they'll get from the fans? So they're kind of...
That is piss poor running of a franchise.
The Seahawks have been on a downward spiral.
The 2012 draft, man.
Yeah, ever
Bobby
since
Wagner, Russell Wilson, Richard Sherman. They already had Thomas and some other guys.
But ever since then, like everyone talks about how great of a franchise they are. Why?
The worst drafting franchises.
Yeah.
For sure.
Why?
And they trade away draft picks like nobody's business. They traded like 2 firsts for Percy Harvin. They traded, the one time they kind of actually, they traded a second for Sheldon Richardson. They traded for Clowney.
Mm-hmm.
There was another time where they gave up some big, the Jamal Adams, obviously. They did get a first and change for Frank Clark, trading him to the Chiefs.
Right, yeah.
But they like to trade give and receive big draft picks.
Okay, moving on. Again, the fact there's 166 people in here.
Michael, I got a question for you.
I don't get it.
And I'm assuming after you rewatch the tape.
I'm a big fan of our listeners. Continue, sorry.
I'm assuming after you watch the tape, you will probably have a clearer understanding. But based on what you saw tonight and stuff, what do you have in the works for future content you're going to put out this week?
Probably some of the bigger topics from the game, the pass rush, like Bryce Huff. So probably something on that. The young DBs made a lot of plays. Probably, I might even do Braden Mann things. I feel like he kind of answered a lot of questions tonight. Had a nice game.
Wow.
First punt. So,
it's like serious question. I'm not just trying to be whatever. Like, so I wasn't necessarily paying attention to all the punts after the first punt. Because the first punt, me and Kyle watched, sucked.
Yeah,
and we kind of talked about it. Like he wasn't great last year. He wasn't great at the green and white turnovers, right? Because he shanked the one, right? So after that first punt, what'd you like? Again, we're talking about a punter here, but we're 4 hours deep, into a stream at 2:00 in the morning. So let's talk about punters.
Is it really 4 hours of a stream? No,
3. We're 3 in. We're 3 in.
Jeez.
We are 3 in.
I think he did pretty good after that first punt. He had. I'm looking at the play-by-play. It's not like I remember this, but he had a fair catch at the 13, on 42 yards, which is good. He had a 58-yarder. I remember this one, actually. That was a pretty good kick, but the return coverage is bad. Then he had the one, and this one's pretty lucky, in which Vincent Smith made that play.
Beautiful play.
It was a great play by Vincent Smith. And on the punter's part, it is a little bit lucky, but, still good placement, given the chance to make that play. And then the last one, he put it at the 6-yard line on a pooch punt on the other side of the field. So I think he had a pretty good game. He was bad at that green and white scrimmage, so I was a little bit worried. But this was a nice performance.
Let's move to the chat. Bad Apple. Mike Landez. I don't know if I've ever seen you before. Thanks for the great work, fellows, representing Jets Nation out here in Denver. Wow. Okay. I plan on going to Denver the next couple of years, so I hope that I see you out there. Yeah, I think the Jets play in Denver either
this year, week 3.
Yeah, but I think that's based on like that weird divisional game they get, like based on the standings. But I think they actually play in Denver, like scheduled the next year or two. I plan on going to Denver. So, hey, Mike, if you want to show us a good time in Denver, I'm down because I think I'm going there. I'm going to every single stadium. I'm going to every single. I've been to 5 or 6, but I plan on going to every single one. And why Just Tail says, love our converted draft picks. Converting Sherwood and Hamza to linebacker was an amazing idea that I think we will see years of returns on. Hopefully. I would say that Hamza was not necessarily a shoo-in to convert to linebacker. He could have played strong safety in a strict system where he was in the box, but Sherwood was almost a necessity to convert into the box because he could not thrive at safety in the NFL. I don't see the athleticism. Moving on. Meatball Palm said that's exactly what Kyle was saying about Darnold, Joe. Do you remember we were talking about 10 minutes ago about Darnold?
Just like rooting for him.
Oh yeah, Eagle fan said, "Where's Lord Sabo?" I thought God does not sleep. Listen, Lord Sabo has been, a little bit of a mush lately. He's just not as hard as we thought he was. It is what it is. It's okay. Moving on. We love Sabo, obviously. Kicking him out. Kyle can't sleep. So Kyle could sleep in my place, but I think there is 5 or 6 other females sleeping in my house right now. So I don't know if he has a room. He can sleep. He just has to sleep on the floor of this room with a hardwood. So yeah, my wife has some friends over. He's more than welcome. But Blewett is blitzed. Really? Oh, I get it. The pun. Okay, you're funny. Keep going. More. Yeah, I think we're all this mindset. I don't think it's really a big talking point. I guess Kyle, if you want to address it, like, we were both really excited to see Elijah Moore, but at the same time, it was kind of more of, if he's even a 0.11 or 0.11, 0.0001% injured, just keep him out. So it was disappointing, but overall, you just have to be pretty encouraged with this receiving core. Like, you had Mims, who balled out. You had Davis with good moves in there. Crowder's Crowder. Cole wasn't targeted, but still, in general, he's a good depth guy, and you didn't have more. So I'm excited to see more, and I think it's the right decision to sit him out at this point, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I think it's, there's no point to risk it, like you said. And he'll probably play at some point, probably next game. Doesn't seem like it was serious. So, yeah, I would love to see him, but you got to be as cautious as you can in the preseason. Giants didn't even play their starters in this game. So,
yeah, which is a little bit disappointing because, all the Giants fans are going to come out and be like, oh, the Jets suck.
We didn't even have our starters.
Yeah.
Imagine we were starting to blow you guys out. You're going to hear that shit.
Yeah, of course. Wright said, O-line is overall much improved. I was just disappointed with the lack of talent on our second and third string. Would have loved to see Cam Clark, Saltez, and David Moore, but it could have been worse. To be honest, the Jets' depth offensive line is actually pretty good. Alex Lewis has been a starter on the Jets team last year and a spot starter on other teams. Feeney was a starter for the obviously the Chargers. You have Cam Clark, who's a 4th round pick, right? 4th round pick.
Update on him? No.
I know. You have Fant, who's a legitimate starter. So like, the Jets' depth at offensive line is actually pretty good. So I wouldn't say I would be disappointed about the depth. Maybe you're a little bit disappointed that, Alex Lewis, ABT wasn't there. But in general, I think this is the best we've felt about the Jets' depth at offensive line since 2010.
Mike White had some really good pockets in this game.
Yeah, I didn't see a bad offensive line there. Right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah,
and
so
there was one play where White got at the very least hit, if not sacked. I think he was sacked. Where I couldn't really see the receivers downfield without the coach's film, but it seemed to me that he held onto the ball way too long. And I know I know he doesn't have like Wilson level athleticism. Situation like that, you're holding on to the ball that long in the pocket. Eventually, you just got to break the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So I put that sack quarterback hit on him, not the O-line.
Yeah, NY Jets Tail says Moore is going to be explosive, and the top of my want to see players would love a Davis, Mims, and Moore top 3 wide receiver next year. Obviously, Crowder doesn't have longevity with the Jets. Yeah, I think that's what it will be most likely. Eagles saying the Jets have to make up for 2-3 years, or have to make up the next 2-3 years of a decade of bad drafting. People are talking about Cam Clark, which Nani, we haven't really got anything past him being like okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of like being back on the football field, we haven't got anything, right?
Yeah, there hasn't been anything else.
Okay. NY Jets Tails, we have 3 starting caliber tackles. We need guards. 100% we need guards. We need a new right guard. Like, is Van Roten the worst starting right guard in the league? No, but would you prefer somebody else? A higher level starter? Of course. Let's go on. If you guys have any questions, just drop them real quick because I'm moving to the end of the chat. And again, it's 2:03, so we got to move on. Alex Hunt said hashtag give Kyle the couch. The couch is occupado, my friend. I think we have like 2 or 3 people on the couch downstairs, and my wife is literally the next room over right now. So we have a house full right now of people. JE, great job, guys. Hey, Jay, I didn't see you before in the chat. So big game, James. I moved from Denver a few months ago, or moved back from Denver a few months ago. So you're in Denver, now you're back in New Jersey, New York, I guess. Thoughts on Yeboah? Kyle talked about it. I talked about it. Nania, what are your thoughts on Yeboah?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the fumble is when you're in that spot trying to compete for a roster spot, you can't make that play. So, and you guys talked about it with his film earlier. He had these great numbers in college as a receiver, but he had so many wide open catches that just made it not legitimate or transferable. So,
yeah.
It wasn't definitely the fumble's the last thing he needed in this game.
Yeah. Pete Frenna asks, how is Mangold's barbecue sauce? Has anybody tried the barbecue sauce?
Eagle Fang said something about that.
Eagles tried it.
Eagle Fang said if
oh,
gets
spicy as hell.
That people would chug the sauce at his induction ceremony.
He said spicy as hell, right? I should try because I like it. NY Just Hill says close to 29.
Spicy food. This dude just ordered some McDonald's.
I did. But, I thought that's why he was laughing, because in the background I was like, I had to order some food.
I thought that was funny, but that's not why I was laughing.
I haven't eaten food in like 12 hours, so I was like, Yo, Kyle, you want some? You want some McDonald's?
I'm gonna eat McDonald's at this hour.
Oh, dude, I'm down. It is what it is. You gotta just go with it. 158 vampires watching. Eagle Fang said. He said this is amazing with some party.
It is.
Some
Yeah,
party
honestly,
things.
like
I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Listen, if you guys want to bounce, Kyle, I might let you go.
That just goes to show you how excited Jets fans are for
This is the thing. If Kyle and Nania go to bed, if you guys tell me in the chat you want to just have a one-on-one, I'm 100% down. We can get rid of these scrubs. It is what it is. We just have a one-on-one chat. Joe, we are not staying up till 5 a.m. and the chat hold our beer.
Dude,
don't tell me. I will stay up till 5.
150-something people saying. How many of these people fell asleep watching this?
There's
the computer.
at least 50. Like wake up with their phone in their hand.
We're still talking about Braden, man.
Yeah, exactly. Is Alex Lewis coming back?
So that was chat's definitely died down a bit.
Oh well, yeah. So somebody asked about Alex Lewis, and something I mentioned to Kyle after we were watching the game, Nania, was like you're in a spot. Let's say and David Moore again. The Panthers O-line sucks. He was cut. There's probably a pretty good reason. But at this point, are you more tempted to throw another guard in as that 8th, 9th, 10th guy instead of Alex Lewis? Because like I don't know what's going on with him in his personal life, but it's like the Dimitri Patterson like going AWOL type thing. Like, is that going to happen with him? So are you more tempted to just kind of clean the slate with Alex Lewis at this point? Even though I'll again preface it by saying we don't really know what's going on with him in his personal life.
Yeah, obviously we have no idea, but at least from our perspective, it is a little bit of a trend now. Like there was something last year that held him off the roster. Now this again, and hopefully everything's okay with them, and that's the most important factor. But you do want some reliability on your backup O-line, especially, and so that could be what they're going for with David Moore, and maybe they do decide to look elsewhere for some more guard depth, especially with Clark. His status up in the air now. And speaking about that, actually Corey Levin at left guard, he kind of stood out, at least on one play. I remember the touchdown by P. Ryan. He had a really good block where he made the first block at the first level on, I think, the 3-tech, and then he climbed to the play side linebacker, created some push.
Look at you. These are notes. These have to be notes.
No, I just remember this. I got no notes.
Top of the dome.
Off the dome with the Corey Levin analysis, but
wow.
But yeah, I remember that one play from him. But
no, that's good. Somebody asked for a Jets record prediction.
7-10 is always my first one that comes to mind.
I said 8-9. When Kyle and I actually went through the schedule, we both predicted 9-8, but I say, because of the rookie quarterback, I would go 8-9. So Eagle Fang said we still chatting. Moving on. Any chance more returns, punts, and kickoffs this year? Anyone just tells
I
us
don't think so. I think
They
I think he's too good to where you don't want to risk
college.
that.
Dude, sometimes they'll put a very talented receiver back there. Sometimes a receiver who plays a lot in games, in like a situation where you really need a really good punt return. Teams like the Dolphins would do that with Jarvis Landry, and the Browns have even done that with Landry. Patriots would do that with Edelman in big-time game situations. So I wouldn't be shocked if you saw it, but it would be something that they would do extremely sparingly, if at all.
So we have some more questions here. Do you guys want to end it here?
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk until my food gets here. After, if you guys are cool with me going away from the camera for 2 minutes to let Kyle out and Nania bounce because it's 2:00 in the morning. If you guys want to stay here after that, the 153 people in here just talk. I'm cool. If you guys want to stay, I don't know. I don't know. I feel bad for leaving 150 people in the chat. So I'll do it. So Nani, any last words?
Let's just talk about Zach Wilson. He played great.
That was it. Do we not talk on Zach Wilson?
No, we did. I just want to leave it off with him. He impressed me tonight. I think he checked the boxes that
even
we
though
wanted to check.
Pro Football Talk said he was not, he was very quiet in his debut.
Yeah, he was quiet. He didn't do anything. But Lawrence, he bounced back from his mistakes. That's what you want. You want to see him play bad and bounce back from it. Not just play good the whole time.
Because Wilson was pretty consistent the whole time. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that you don't want to see that.
Okay. All right. So last words from Nania, Kyle. And then I'll mute it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute it. I'm going to put my computer down for a minute, and then I'm going to
150 plus people in this chat for this long.
Oh, Nania's out. Okay, Nania's gone.
Nani left on a high note.
He bounced.
If we have 150-some people in this chat, why do we still have less than 100 likes? That's what I'm.
Do we have less than 100 likes? And we've had over like 150 to 200 people in this chat?
Like 90 likes last I checked. I mean, come on, hit the like button. If you've been around since 2 a.m., you probably like this.
I would hope so. It's been
right?
this has been a 3.5 hour stream.
Those algorithms.
Yeah, Kyle, your last words before we let you out, and I'll be back on the stream in 2 minutes.
So I've been saying this, and he's legit a football psychopath. I mean, like, he still wants to talk to you guys even after we talk to 5 a.m. Probably, I don't know. He's got work tomorrow.
If I didn't have a wife, I would be here till 5 a.m.
Yeah, so I mean, he puts in insane work. You want to get access to all that work? Subscribe to the site. You're not sure if you're going to like the site? You get a month free. Do the trial. See if you like it.
There we go.
JetsXFactor.com.
149 people in here. I hope you stay. I'll drop a couple, but I will be back in about 2 minutes. I'm gonna let Kyle out, and I'll be back, and we'll talk one-on-one. Oh, gotta unmute myself. So let's see who's in the chat. Just do a little bit of solo. 148. Nobody dropped. I am shocked that nobody dropped after that whole 2 minutes that I was gone. Oh, dude. And my Jets tells, go get a new drink and potty break. Love it. New drink, potty break. It happened. I got McDonald's coming on the way. And the only reason I did McDonald's, I don't really like McDonald's that much, but it's the only thing open on DoorDash right now. So I had to put it out. I had to get food. I was supposed to be eating pizza at 8 o'clock. We were watching the Jets game, and then we streamed. So moving on, let's get a house tour. Like I said, there is 6 girls sleeping in my house right now, so it would be a little bit weird if I was walking around with a camera and my laptop. Get some rest, gentlemen. Never. I don't sleep. Kyle looks whipped. Kyle couldn't handle it. That's why I kind of saw it. I felt it out. I'm a midnight guy. I typically work 12 to 8 a.m., so I'm usually pretty good. I think my WoW raids start around here. I gotta minimize myself. I don't like looking at myself on the screen, just talking to myself. There you go, minimized. Yeah, anything you guys want to talk about, I'm cool with it. Any film plays from any of these guys you want to discuss, or not even discuss, you want to pull something up or whatever. Obviously, you guys are not going to talk about that. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, but in general. Braden, you're a legend. Hey, appreciate it. All right, Joe, spill it. Let me go back in the chat a little bit. I don't know what this is about. WoW raids. I never played WoW. I've played some other games like that, but I deleted a lot of them. That was impressively fast. I let Kyle out, went to the bathroom, got a beer. I don't know how fast it was. All right, Joe, spill it. What was the Mickey D's order? 2 McChickens, 2 McDoubles, and a fry. So I eat it all? I don't know. Welcome back. Mike, what's up? Pretty sure this is the Mike, the green M Mike, who is friends with my aunt or my uncle. Anything else? McDonald's drive-thru is always open. Eagle, you've been in the chat for 4 hours. I cannot drive to McDonald's right now. So I couldn't do that unless you want to pick me up and we can drive. 3 people asked that question about McDonald's. Peter, I want to know your thoughts on Mims. Is that for me? In general, listen, like, is there some concern about Mims and today the fact that I saw him get reps below Vincent Smith and Jeff Smith? Yeah, there's something there to be concerned about. You'd like to see him be that first guy in after the Keelan Coles and Crowders and obviously Davis's and all those guys. But I tried to account for the fact that the offense's complexities, and do they only like him in one spot where maybe, they want to see Vincent Smith at the Z and Jeff Smith at the Z and one of the other Smiths, whatever Smith at the slot. And the fact that, again, he didn't have a preseason last year. He didn't have a training camp last year. This year he had a OTAs or whatever. He got food poisoning. And then now he's not able to practice. He's not able to make up that ground. And you have 4 vets above him who are 3 vets above him and Elijah Moore, who's blowing out, who are pretty clearly above him at this point. So does he have to earn that spot? Yes. But does that make him not a fit for the offense? Not a yak guy, only a vertical threat? I think it's all bullshit at this point. Like, sorry for the, not trying to drop too many explicits, but it's 2:18 in the morning. So if you're watching at this point, I assume your kids aren't up with you, but like, it's a lot of bullshit. It really is. People kind of, and Kyle and I talk about this a lot. It's a lot of recycled opinions and a lot of group think. So all it takes is one guy with 40,000 followers who doesn't necessarily know what he's thinking about to say Mims is only a vertical guy, not a true fit for this offense. And then everybody's going to say he's not a fit for the offense, which is not true, because what is the main difference is, and I'll like to ask those same people who their answer will be what's the main differences between Corey Davis and Mims, because they're pretty similar players. So why doesn't Mims fit into this offense when Mims is more athletically gifted than a Corey Davis? So he's not a fit, but Corey Davis, who signed for $12 million a year, is. Why? Because that's what you heard from who? Again, going back to the chat. Let's see. I got the fries part right. I don't really like the fries, but they're kind of a necessity. Again, a couple of beers. I'm not really usually a fry guy. Curious of areas of concern after tonight. Nothing more post game than pre-game. Like, is that a good answer? I don't think anything was overly concerning to me tonight where it became more of a concern. Like, obviously, you're going to be concerned about the corner group. I think one of the concerns that was maybe slightly, I have to see a lot more, slightly dissipated was the linebackers. Like, to see Helms out there and not necessarily like overly impressive. Like, yeah, he had the forced fumble, helmet hit the, all this stuff, helmet hit the ball. I would say the linebackers, specifically Sherwood and Niles Ladine, not standing out in a bad way, made me feel even more comfortable. So I would say I got more comfortable with certain aspects of the team than discomfort in a certain area. The offensive line looked pretty good. Ty Johnson looked pretty good. Receivers looked pretty good. Zach Wilson looked pretty good. Obviously, it's not like a sexy, 30 to 20 game or 30 to 13 game or ideally 30-0 game. Overall, it's still an ugly, sloppy 10-7 preseason game, but there was nothing that I watched that I was like, oh man, we're really going to struggle at this spot. Like even like Bryce Huff, Jonathan Marshall, Lawson almost had that one sack, but Huff had it. And now you're adding Q to that line. Like everything for the most part, without trying to be overly optimistic, was actually pretty good tonight. Minus the sexiness of the score. So, again, just the fact that it's 2:30 in the morning, there's 130 people in here. I said it a lot. I appreciate you guys a lot. So subscribe again, get into the fantasy league, get into the pick'ems every single week at the end of the film breakdown shows. I'm going to do a game by game prediction for some of the other NFL games. You want to get in it? You want to win a shirt for your subscription? Let me know. Get into it. Eagle said more people are showing up yet again. This is absurd to me. It really is. Let's see. Not McDonald's, dude. Again, it's either that or Quick Check for me. So I was gonna get McDonald's. I'm not a big McDonald's guy, but he'll get there. Joe tonight was a good showing for him in terms of Mims. Yeah, it is a good showing, and it's not. I'm just bringing up the fact that Jeff Smith and Vincent Smith are over him. It's not that I think they're more talented or anything like that, but it was just weird that they got reps over him. Like I get why Elijah Moore and Cole and all these guys are above him in the depth chart because of the fact that they have a lot more experience in NFL systems in the NFL. So I get it. And again, Elijah Moore is a little bit of a outlier because he's just balling out. But the fact that he came in as, if you look at it just based on where guys come in, the 7th or 8th receiver in the order tonight was a little bit weird, but there's a lot of underlying reasons for, or there could be a lot of underlying reasons for that, whether it be, again, just the look on offense that they're trying to get into, or whether it be them trying to send a message to him. Maybe they've seen a little bit of lack of focus for him and they're trying to motivate him. Like there's a lot of different things, but overall, yes, I do think Mims will be fine. Mike saying, what's up? Yeah, that's the guy who knows my aunt. John, let's see, Q. Is Q definitely back for the Green Bay practice? Yeah, that's what I've heard. Again, I can't tell you. I'm not his doctor. I'm not Salah. Nobody can tell you if he's definitely back for anything. But does it look like he's trending towards being back for Green Bay next week? Yes, it does look like that. So or not even next week, the next couple of days, it does look like he'll be back for that. Apparently, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, I think on Friday, which is a couple of days ago, he was supposed to have like a full run game simulation type practice. And I don't remember hearing any updates from that. I don't know if any of you guys did hear any of the updates from that, but we didn't hear anything negative. So it's usually a pretty good sign, but Q had that foot injury where it was not necessarily predetermined. I'm trying to think of the word for it, but it was preemptive, maybe is the word I'm looking for. It was a surgery he was going to have in the future regardless. So he just decided to just kind of bang it out pretty early in the offseason. So yeah, you'd ideally like to see him at practice and stuff like that. But this is not like a hammy, a torn ACL. Like it's something overly bad. Like he's going to recover. So and stuff like that. I think it's more of a bone thing than like a ligament thing, which ligaments are different, obviously, in terms of injuries and bones. Let's see. Do you think Piron is a roster bubble guy? Appreciate throwing the questions, Eagle, keeping the chat alive. At first, I did. Beginning of the offseason, I thought it was kind of him versus Josh Adams, Josh Johnson, where I think Ty Johnson, pretty much a lock, really good fit for the system in terms of his speed and kind of his vision that I saw last year. Obviously, Carter's a lock, and then Coleman's a lock with being familiar with the system and being the most vet guy, pass game guy, pass blocking guy. So I thought it was a really a match between, kind of P. Ryan and Coleman P. Ryan and Josh Adams. Josh Adams didn't get run until after Austin Walter and all these random dudes today. So it looks like P. Ryan is pretty much a lock if there is that fourth spot, which I think there will be. 4th round draft pick, playing well the last couple of weeks, running hard. So I think that he is going to be that, or at least on the roster. So is he on the bubble more than Coleman, Johnson, and Carter? Yes, I think so. But I think he's kind of separated himself the last couple of weeks from a Coleman, which is great because I actually liked, and I kind of pushed back on people last year who thought he wasn't a good fit or good pick in the 4th round. I thought he was kind of, and I said this in the film review, I'm pretty sure I said it, was that I think he's a solid like number 2 back, like he wasn't a master at one thing, but he was a solid in many other categories, which is good for, your second, 3rd running back, which is fine for a 4th round draft pick. And that's what I thought he was. But when I was watching him in game last year, he really struggled with his vision and kind of hitting holes and things like that. So I doubted him reasonably watching him after last year. And the last couple of weeks, apparently he's been impressing in this game. He was pretty impressive. So moving on. I think Cole's a Z right now, but over the season, Mims will step into that role. I think. Yeah, somebody said Connor Hughes. I don't. That's about. If you ever go have a drink locally for a game, if I know ahead of time, I'll buy you a beer and just say hi, Mike. Hey, like I said, all 129 people in here, either whether it be your Jets fans or you're just a big fans of the stream, channel, whatever. Anybody wants to come to a game and just shoot me a message, a DM message on here. If you're going and you just want to hang out and drink a couple beers, let me know. I would be more than willing to have a couple beers with you guys. Davis is a much better route runner than Mims, and this can create more separation on short intermediate routes. Yes, at the NFL level, he is, but coming out of college, Mims was actually pretty good at route running. In terms of his releases, all that stuff, he wasn't bad at Baylor. And one of his problems with his offense at Baylor was he was limited to a less expansive route tree. But when he was asked to run the routes that he had to run, he was actually pretty good. And again, myself and Marcus Coleman, again, played in the NFL. We were both impressed with his route running overall. So it's not he can't run routes. It's he had a limited route tree. And will he have to learn NFL releases, NFL corners? Yes. Did he have a limited offseason last year in terms of, again, I bring up all the time, the offseason to the mini camps to the preseason? Yes. So is he behind Davis right now? 100% in terms of route running. But there's a difference between saying, yes, he's behind and he can develop into a better route runner, and saying, no, he's just a linear player and he just doesn't fit this offense. Bullshit. It's bullshit. It just is what it is. You can't tell me he's not a fit for this offense if Davis is. Now, is he a reserve player? Is he the backup to Davis? Sure. But to say he's not a fit, it's just false. It's just, there's no way. Eagle keeps bringing up kicker, which I get. It is an area for concern. It's one area, or one of a couple areas I think Douglas has failed. And I think he's been obviously great. Like, I give him a solid B+, A-, but backup quarterback, I've talked about it, not just for him having to sub into a game, because I don't really care about that. I care about more the mentorship of Zach Wilson. He's failed at that. They had Brian Hoyer here. They had a couple of guys visit, and they didn't sign them. So clearly they were interested in these guys and just didn't bring them in, and decided to go with James Morgan. But there was a reason they were interested in these guys, didn't bring them in. They failed. That's my opinion. They brought in Josh Johnson, great, but I would like something more prominent. Hoyer, Foles, CJ Beathard, Nick Mullins. Yeah, I think it was a necessity, and they didn't do it. Kicker, Sam Ficken, trash. Vedvik. At the time, I get it a little bit more than now, but trash. Nugar, trash. He's not Borgales. He's not whoever the other kicker was from whoever the other big kicker was, Memphis, or I forget who the hell it was. He's failed that position too, So those are two positions, quarterback, kicker, that I think he's failed at, which is okay. I'm not gonna agree with everything he's done. Mike said, good answer. Good to hear there wasn't something I was missing. I guess about Mims. Somebody asked about Mims. Let's see. Moving on. Zuniga, Jordan asked. I didn't see anything from him tonight, which a game, again, I want to go back and watch all the reps and, again, had a couple of beers tonight, so I didn't watch as keenly as I watch a regular season game, or even as I go back and do the film breakdown again. I'll probably wake up tomorrow and do a lot of it. So it should be out Tuesday or Wednesday, and then we have the live stream on Thursday with Kyle and I. I didn't notice Zuniga, which – not like an offensive lineman, not necessarily like a cornerback, is not a great thing for a defensive end who's trying to make the roster against third string offensive tackles. Like, it's just not good. Again, stop me when he's proven more than any one of these guys. Obviously you have, I'm just talking about DNs. Lawson, we can count JFM if you want, whatever. If you don't want to count him, don't count him. But Lawson, JFM, Huff, Phillips, Blair, Curry. That's 6 guys. And let's even take off JFM. That's 5 guys. And then there's at least 4 defensive tackles, 5 defensive tackles I want over him. Rankins, JFM, you're not going to count him on either side, wherever you're counting him. Let's just not count him again on this one. But you have Rankins, you have Q, you have Fadokasi, you have Shepard. All those guys have proven more, whether it be their 3rd, 4th year, 1st year, whatever it might have been, more than Zuniga did last year, which, again, he was not aided a full offseason. But there's at least 9 guys I want on this roster above him. And now we start talking about the Kyle Phillips of the world, the Hamaklar Rashids of the world, the Jonathan Marshalls of the world. And what has he really done to prove that he's a better player than any of those guys is worth a roster spot? And a lot of people go, he's a 4th-round pick. But one of the traits of a good GM is to say, listen, it didn't work out. We're moving schemes. I'm not going to cut Phillips, who's a better player, for Zuniga because I drafted him, in this spot. You have to be able to admit your faults, and that's okay. So no, Zuniga didn't show me anything, which is a problem. Again, on broadcast view the first time. Did the Giants give a reason why Daniel Jones wasn't playing tonight? Is because they were afraid of the Jets defensive line. Damn, this is hardcore Jets fandom. Yeah, you embarrassed me. You haven't been here for a while, but you log into a stream at 2:30 in the morning. You see 125 people in here. This is the most impressive I've ever been with a Jets stream in terms of you guys, at least for me. In beginning stream, I've never seen 125 people at 2:30 in the morning ever in anything. So, savages, bunch of savages. I love Jets fans. I really do. First Blewett video. He is the real deal. Stories about actual football. No. Embarrass me's been here before. Maybe not a film review. I don't know if NY Jets has seen a film review either. This is baseline stuff. Eagle will tell you. Watch some of the film breakdowns. Anything stand out from a game management aspect? I gotta drink the beer before the McDonald's gets here. I'm sorry, guys. Again, being transparent. There's McDonald's coming. The only thing that stood out to me from Salah's point of view, obviously you love the guy running the stands before, like that's elite, but I'll go back and watch. I didn't like that he didn't challenge the first play where 4th and 2, Ty Johnson, I think it's 4th and 2, which was that after the Wesco bad spot? Somebody will tell me. Wesco reached for the first down marker, was marked like a yard short where he's clearly like an inch short, and they went for it. Was that play? Ty Johnson ran for the first down, and it was clearly a first down. And then we had to punt the ball, or it was a turnover on downs, whatever it was. Again, I'm sorry for forgetting. Again, we're like 4 hours deep into this, and it's 2:30 in the morning. But there was that first play where it's clearly a first down, or whether it be on 3rd down or 4th down. He didn't challenge it, didn't love it. The next time he threw the challenge for like really late. But whether it be preseason, he's being more lackadaisical, doesn't care. And there can be a situation where he can know it's a first down and say, you know what? It's okay. I want to see our defense in this situation. Like they practice situations. We don't really know. But in a game situation, again, prefacing by that, if it is a regular season game and he didn't challenge it on that first play, on that first clear first down, I would have been upset. So again, taking into context, it's not a regular season game. Maybe he wanted to see the defense respond. Like we don't know. I want to be transparent in saying that. Moving NY Jets Tail said, so now that it's just you, Joe, what is your real feeling on our O-line and who need to be replaced to show huge improvement? Well, you assume you have Becton for a long time as your left tackle. You assume it's ABT, and past that, I don't think I could say anybody is a lock to be here next year. Moses on a 1-year contract. Fant you can get out of after this year. GVR is the first guy Jets fans talk about in terms of replacing Connor McGovern. If he bounces back to his Denver days and his second half of the season Jets days, then he should be center moving forward because he's at above average to average center, which is fine for any line. That's okay. Obviously, you prefer Travis Frederick, but could be wrong. The Dallas center. Zach Martin? No. Zach Martin's a guard. Travis Frederick's the center. I'm pretty sure that's it. Could be wrong. But yeah, you prefer one of those guys, but he wouldn't be a dire need if he is the McGovern of the Denver Broncos days. So I would say you monitor McGovern, you monitor one of the right tackles, maybe you sign them one of them long term. But I would say if you're going to invest a big free agent contract or a first or second round draft pick next year, it's obviously the right guard position. But you could see center, right tackle, and right guard change in next year. You never know. Eagle thing representing without a doubt. Let's see. Are the Jets Bilal Abusi? Might have said that wrong. Are the Jets going to have a 1K receiver, or is the ball going to be spread around a lot? Yeah, I just based on the talent the Jets have at receiver with obviously Moore, Cole, Crowder, Davis, all these guys. I predicted that Davis is going to have 700 yards and be leading the Jets. That's not to discredit him. It's not to discredit anybody in the receiver core. And again, there'll be some people out there, oh yeah, the Jets are going to have 3,000-yard receivers. I just think based on the talent and the depth they have, plus their high tendency to run the ball in general in the Shanahan system, and now compile that with the fact that they have a young quarterback, so you tend to run the ball more than not with that younger quarterback. I think the receivers take a dip down in numbers, which even maybe 700 is a little bit lower number, but it could later be 850 yards, 900 yards. I could see that easily. But if I had to bet, is there a 1,000-yard guy? I would say no. Mike, I'll always watch here. I can't be certain these guys are always going to be right, but they show that they actually put in the work and give reasons for their opinions. Yeah, that's yeah. No, I'm not going to comment, but yes, we're going to show it. That's for sure. Again, people try to call me out on Zach Wilson, oh, that's bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm like, dude, I put out a 7-hour Wilson review, play by play. If you want to go and debate one of those plays, I'm more than willing to debate you. Eagles said Josh Johnson was signed as a vet QB. Do you think he will take the second team reps next week? He's the type of player you can create more plays with than a Mike White in case Wilson goes down. Now, yes, obviously he's more mobile. He's seen more snaps in the NFL, but at what point do you see Josh Johnson as just another camp body because he's been around so many other teams? He's been on his career's 8 years? No, 8 years. And he's been on 12 teams, 13 teams. So he's bounced around a lot for a reason. So at what point do you want to take, it's a good argument either way. I get it each way, this argument. Do you take the kind of the known Josh Johnson, who at best should be a third string quarterback, kind of a just in case quarterback, versus a Mike White, who obviously we're all going to say is not a good quarterback. Probably, you wouldn't, it was not ideally your number two, but he's still more of an unknown than a Josh Johnson. So it's the known versus the unknown. again, me personally, I want to see Nick Foles or, previous or prior in the offseason, see a Mullins brought in, Beathard brought in, Hoyer brought in to be that number 2 and let Morgan develop behind him. That's not what happened though. So it's kind of an interesting situation. Jets Tails, 1 tried and 1 challenge. Would have liked to see a challenge in the first half. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see. Josh Johnson's a high entry guy, but the XFL saved his career. To be honest, I actually have a Guardians XFL sweatshirt, by the way. NY team. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to a couple of games and support the Guardians. Why not? Like, it's more football. And then, obviously, whatever happened. If Eagle said 226, if this chat dips below 100, I'm going to bed. Haha, me too. Literally, I was like saying like bye to Kyle. I was like, listen, there's 150 people in here now. 122 dropped 30 people. If you guys want to talk football, listen. The wife might wake up and be like, I was trying to go to bed. All this stuff. You guys are important too. Corey Davis was a top 5 pick years ago. His talent level is much larger than Mims. I think Davis, the learning curve, you can learn a lot from Corey Davis. Yeah. Davis is much more refined in college, but in terms of like their athleticism profile, it's not different. It really is not. Mims doesn't need routes. He'll be a 50-50 champion. That's his main strength. But to say he can't run a crossing route, he can't run an over, he can't run a dig, it's just not true, because he can. And I watched plenty of it. I think both mesh well. Let's see. I said Hughes earlier because you said something about 40K followers, said things about Mims. Yeah, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but again, just read, be objective, look at what people are trying to do. It's just there are people with hundreds of thousands of followers, whether it be football, soccer, basketball, who are all just bullshit artists. Like, again, listen, you guys might hate me. I don't think you hate me, but like, is there a reason Manish Mehta has 80,000 followers and I have 5? Come on. I'm not putting myself up too much, but did I put up better work than Manish Mehta? I hope so. So it's all about situational. And listen, me putting out an article or me putting on Twitter something really hyped up, Zach Wilson sucks in his first preseason game. That's going to get a lot more clicks and a lot more viewers, which leads to more followers than a kind of a nuanced take about his film. People don't care about film. There's a lot of people who want hot takey WFAN podcast type bullshit that I don't do. Again, it's out there, but here's what it is. Let's see. NY Jets Tales, appreciate you. 6:30 in Hawaii. 6:30 a.m. Yeah, it's not 6:30 at night. 6:30. I've been to Hawaii twice, obviously the main islands and stuff like that. But if you're listening from Hawaii, then that's awesome. Oh, Braden said it's only 6:30 p.m. over here. So you're in Europe somewhere? 6:30 somewhere. Yeah, so I think he's in Europe. I again 10 to 15 deep right now. I apologize. Wow, it's only 16 days between preseason or last preseason game and week 1. Yeah, we got the Packers game next Saturday, 4:05, right? 4:05. And then we have the Eagles. No, who's the last preseason game? Is it the Eagles? I think it's Eagles. And then we're at week 1. Like I said, you guys want to meet me at a bar at a tailgate for that game? More than welcome. Week 2, I'll be at J1 in the parking lot. You'll see a big Jets bus or a short Jets bus next to some porta potties. That's me. And obviously, if you've seen the live stream, you'll notice it and come up and let's just smash some beers overhead, drink. And if you don't, then eat some food and I'll whoop your ass in cornhole. The beat writers were pretty positive about tonight. To be honest, I haven't looked at any of what they've written. I don't know if I follow one beat reporter. Sabo, who's a beat reporter technically because he's allowed in all the interviews. He's allowed to ask questions. He just doesn't. New Zealand. Wow. Okay. Braden, that's like my number 1 vacation spot because it's the adventure capital of the world apparently. So Greece, Italy, and New Zealand are my next 3 spots. New Zealand's one of my top priorities. So awesome. How'd you start watching from New Zealand? That's interesting. Maybe Jets Talk 24/7 or here or whatever it may be. Eagle saying he's gonna go to bed after 100 people leave, but he keeps giving me questions to keep the chat going. I appreciate you, Eagle. Letter grades on offense, defense, and special teams. That's just a hard question to answer because how many different units of offense and defense and special teams played? We can go from this. That is such a tough question. The offense, the first drive I was in general, I was impressed with Wilson. The first drive was more impressed with the offensive line than the second drive. The second drive, they allowed some more penetration. Corey Davis looked good. Crowder and Cole were there. Cole made the really nice catch. Wilson's probably best play of the middle in some contested areas of the field. I don't remember Crowder making any plays. You give it like a solid, like a B, nothing great, nothing too negative, but they moved the ball down the field on both of their, did Wilson play 3 drives or 2 drives? But in general, they moved the ball pretty well. Wilson didn't look out of place, which is a positive. You get like a B-, B. And then the defense, again, the interesting conversation with the defense is, okay, what's the relationship between the pass rushers helping out the secondary versus the secondary being so bad that they actually, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, kind of impede the defensive front where, listen, your defensive front, you can have Aaron Donald, Carl Lawson, Khalil Mack, and Von Miller, but if the quarterback could take a 3-step drop and throw the ball out, there's really nothing those guys can do. So at what point does the, versus each other, are the corners so bad where they really stunt the defensive line in terms of them making a real impact? And I think in the last couple of weeks and what I saw tonight, the secondary wasn't so bad where they really stunted the defensive line. So that was a positive from the defense. Defensive front looked good. Jonathan Marshall, Kyle Smith in here. He hates the guy. He looked pretty good. Quinn Williams wasn't even playing. So that's it was all pretty good. Obviously Huff playing well. Kyle Smith, you left 30 minutes ago. That's wild. Big game James. I think I'm going to the Jets Jags game. I will be there also. I mapped out my whole schedule. I will be at the Jets. The home games, obviously, will all be at the Panthers game. You guys know that. The let's go in order. Pats game, Titans game, Saints game, Jags game, Bucks game. I'll be at. Again, work scheduled, or sometimes I work until 8:00 in the morning. I don't necessarily want to go to a game at 1:00. I work midnights, so we'll see and whatever. But I'll be at least at 5 games. Maybe some of the games, maybe I'll live stream. Maybe I'll talk post game more because, again, it seems like a lot of you are interested in post games. I didn't know this is gonna be it. McDonald's, did they deliver my food? I don't know. Let's see. I gotta check my DoorDash. If they didn't deliver, that's wild, right? Oh my God, I never clicked buy. Oh, please tell me they're still open. I'll be so mad. Is it 2:30? It's 2:48. Oh, that is so bad. I'll be so upset. The store is closed. I never submitted the order. Oh no. What else can we get, fellas? That is brutal thing as I have a double cheeseburger. Okay, sorry. We're going this together. I have Wawa, Quick Check, and 7-Eleven. No. Delivery, Wawa? To deliver Wawa right now? Guys, I am very upset. I thought I was in McChicken. Listen, we have to keep going then. I gotta order Wawa. This is brutal. Buffalo chicken and cheese, quesadilla, mac and cheese. In this point, what do I do? Do I just make a sandwich? I don't think I can. I think I gotta eat something warm. Oh man. All right. I'm just gonna order some like random shit. Okay. That American cheese. No, cheddar. You gotta do cheddar with buffalo, right? Chipotle. Salsa? Toppings? I don't want salsa. Ordering Wawa. We are at a desperate time right now, people. I thought McDonald's would be at my door. Side of mac and cheese. Sweet. Sounds good. Do a nice medium right in the middle. All right. And what's other popular items that they have? Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. Order placed. It's going to be trash. It's going to be trash. I don't know if I've ever eaten from Wawa, but there's no way I'm not eating food right now. Okay. Face ID. It's processing. It's done. I cannot believe that just happened. All right. Where are we at in the chat? Joe, you'd be happy you did in the morning. I can handle it. I'm 28. It will hurt. And why just take Wawa? Okay. He's a Wawa fan. 115 people here. Geesh, yeah, I am blown away. Philly Life Wawa late night. Jetsail, you should have messaged me. Tell me what's the order from Wawa. But if I see a guy walk up to my door, that's when I cut it because it's gonna be like 3:15 in the morning. So big game James got to sleep. Might DM you on Twitter before the game. If I mentioned, I remember. Yeah, dude. Like I said. Have the pizza your wife brought home. Kyle, why are you up? Yeah, dude. Again, any of the games mentioned me. Wawa's at least betting Quick Check. Yes, you are right. Correct. You know it as a guy living from around this area. Any other questions from the game? What should we talk about here? Wilson looked good. Mike White looked better than Morgan, which is what I thought. I would say P. Ryan impressed. Ty Johnson impressed. Michael Carter, a little bit more lukewarm to a thumbs down. Tight ends, nobody stood out in a good or a bad way. Or actually, no. Sorry. Let's go back. The tight ends, I would say, overall did not impress in terms of Wesco had that incompletion, right? Incompletion on a fumble. And then Yeboah, who's fighting to make the roster, who's fighting, let's be honest, to make the practice squad at this point. A lot of people talk about, Yeboah, and there's no way they can cut him. Why was he a UDFA? Why did nobody draft him? There's a reason. I try to be really honest with you guys. There's a reason he wasn't drafted. He was not that good in college. He's more of a project. I'm not going to hype everybody up. So, damn, that's brutal, Joe. I feel for you. My roast pork tastes good. Is that a New Zealand thing? Roast pork. My roast pork is like a pork roll, which is delicious. Bratwurst in Germany. Herndon had a nice catch, only one target. Yeah, he did have that one nice catch where I talked about Kyle's like, wow, he caught the ball. But again, Herndon he has not necessarily a head start, but he had a big rookie year. So fans kind of really overrate him in my opinion. And I would say they overrated him because what happens is because Darnold had a lot of success with Herndon, they kind of lump each other into both having really successful end of the years. But overall, Herndon, if you watch a lot of his catches and a lot of his plays at the end of 2018, it was good. It wasn't great. It was okay. Minus the Packers catch, which was amazing. But other than that, he wasn't overly impressive. So moving on, 107. Like I said, if I drop it below 100, we're out. Which is fine. It's been a very, very long stream, past 4 hours at this point. Eagle says, wife brings you pizza and this man is ordering food. I don't know what pizza's out there. I haven't even seen yet, so I'm just being careful. I'm happy to be here with you all tonight. This game was the kickoff in the Jets era football from Yeah, Right. And that's why I did this. Do you think there's any chance that couple of years ago when Adam Gase was hired, I was going to do a 4-hour live stream until 3:00 in the morning with Adam Gase? Even no matter the amount of positivity we had, we try to convince ourselves okay, it's Darnold, maybe Gase was just a bad fit in Miami. He had some good concepts. And I tried to push myself into that. But I was not optimistic. I was pretty optimistic after Darnold's first year But then seeing that some of his most developmental years were going to be coached by Adam Gase, I just didn't have a lot of faith. And obviously it trickled into being a terrible year for Darnold. They were not a terrible year his second year, but it was less than I was less than enthused. Like it became to the point where like, yeah, he was okay, but he had a lot of bad games. I was trying to convince myself of him being better than he was. So I started kind of fighting that, like, I'm not really too sure. And then his third year came, and by like week 2-3, when it was like the Niners game, Colts game, I was like, I just don't see it. And maybe that was early to jump the ship, but I watched a lot of stuff on this channel, and I wasn't really impressed with many games of year 2, and then year 3 started off brutally bad. And I was like, I'm done. And then, obviously that being compiled with the fact we had Gase, it was a brutal couple of years. So this is kind of an indictment on where I feel the Jets are going, streaming until this time at night right now. So appreciate it. Again, 100 plus people in here until 3:00 in the morning. Again, earlier for some of you, but a lot of you are at my time. So bravo. So moving on in the chat. Brent Boyer, how much blame he has to get for the kicker problems and the team is having now? That is like an impossible question to answer. I don't know. What is he bringing to the GM? Is the GM ignoring him? Does Brent Boyer think he can fix something that he can't? Does he see, Ficken or whoever these guys are and say, I can fix them? He doesn't. Vedvik, whoever the yoked up kicker the Jets have right now, I'm blanking out his name right now. I don't know. But how much can a special teams coordinator fix kicking? Impossible to answer. I don't know. Let's see, Mike. So Mims, he had that food poisoning issue, lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks. I'm alone in thinking that may be why he was behind, or am I just denying there's more? It could be both. Like I said, the fact that he's behind 3 guys who are clearly have 3, 4, 5 years of veteran experience over him. And again, the fact that Elijah Moore is like a protege right now. But in general, 3 guys who are above him in terms of their development in the NFL, just seeing more at the NFL level. And then again, no preseason, no training camp, hurt a lot of the year last year going into the season, having Darnold and Flacco and Gase being the guys who develop him. Yeah, he was behind just coming in from last year to this year. And then this year you start the year with food poisoning or whatever it was, and you miss multiple practices and OTAs and mini camp and whatever the hell all those practices are called. And now you have guys like Davis, like Crowder, getting vets, Cole, who Joe Douglas has clearly coveted over the last couple of years based on reports. They work in front of him. And then you have Elijah Moore, who during the time that Mims was out is balling out. So now you have Mims as the 5th, 6th receiver, just based on all the other guys, all the talent we have around him. So I think there is some credibility kind of to the fact that he's behind, not only because of the food poisoning issue and some of the guys around him, but might there be more to his issues right now? Maybe, but I wouldn't look into it too much because he's not a jag. He's not just a guy. He has legit talent. So since our tight ends suck, are there more sets that can be played that exclude the tight end position? Yeah, of course. 11 personnel. You look at 12 or 21. If you don't want 2 tight ends in, you're not going to run 12. You run more 11 that the 49ers did. Like, you're talking about 12, which is a heavy, Shanahan system, kind of base set. Would you rather have Croft and Herndon, Croft and Wesco and Herndon, or would you rather have 3 of the receivers that the Jets have on this team? So I think the Jets will be more 11 personnel heavy, where a lot of these receivers can block too. Like Cole can block, Davis can block, Mims can block. So while they might be labeled obviously different position, receiver versus tight end, that receiver may be able to crack block, may be able to block down on a D end, on a linebacker, whatever it may be, just as well as a linebacker could be. Maybe the tight end is better at blocking, but just the surprise of the receiver blocking that linebacker may even aid him better to block that player. Again, I don't know if I explained that well, but yeah, it's possible. Eagles like at this point, he's like 100 people. I'm out. 3 a.m. is a cut cord time for me because it's late. I'll take a couple more questions that I'm gonna bounce to. Jordan said 3 a.m. is not that late. Bars are still up in the city. I know in Jersey, at least in my town, 2 a.m. is a cutoff time. So that is hilarious that he's either saying 100 less or 3 a.m. So now he's making times for himself. He's like, oh, well, if it drops 101, Eagle, I love it. So any other questions? I guess I kind of work through the tight ends, the receivers, offensive line. Don't think anybody's out in a terrible way. Obviously, you'd like to see Cam Clark. You'd like to see who's the guard they just brought in. I'm blanking on the name. Grambling State, Jonathan Moore. What the hell is that guy's name? Moore, whatever Moore's name is. I didn't see him. I don't think he played. Maybe he did. I'll watch again. Defensive side, again, Jonathan Marshall, thumbs up. Even Rashid. I don't know if you guys noticed it. Me and Kyle noticed it, or Kyle and I noticed it while we were watching. Rashid looked a lot thicker than I thought he would, just based on his college film. It looked like they try to add some weight to Rashid, which is maybe to play him more as like a base 4-3 defensive end. But I think he's probably more of a practice squad guy. Yeah, I do. But he stood out in terms of his thickness. Obviously Lawson looked good for his one series. Huff looked good. Marshall looked good. The linebackers overall, Mosley, listen, he only played a couple of series, but that dude's a baller. Like he's going to be a top 10 inside linebacker. I'm very, very confident in that. At the minimum, he's a top 10 inside linebacker. Sherwood, Nasruddin, both thumbs up. Joyner, May, didn't really notice too much, to be honest. Bryce Hall, the one play I noticed him playing a little bit too far off, but in general, wasn't beat badly. Again, second team, third team of the Giants overall, but still pretty good. So I was impressed with that. Pinnock played late, which I was interested about. Carter too didn't see him play a ton. Eccles was in a lot. Some bad plays, some good plays. Lamar Jackson, I thought didn't look very good. He looked pretty slow. I don't think he's a guy who makes the roster, but let's see here. Let's see the chat. John R. Morello, Joe, one request to take a look at Hodge. Came in during the last drive of the third quarter. I'll watch him. The thing about Hodge that I noticed is, and a lot of his question marks coming from college, was his lack of athleticism. And like again, you start to like people fall in love. Oh, 99, Eagle, you could leave. People start to fall in love with like names more and like start to like look past like the situation they're coming into. Like you have the 5 starters. You have Fant, you have Lewis, you have Clark, you have maybe that Moore guy, or sorry, you have Feeney. That's 9. Now you have Moore versus Hodge. Does he make it? Maybe. Oh, Eagle, you can't leave 101. I'm not sure, but again, I think I heard about him was his lack of athleticism. And when I did watch him a little bit, just kind of after he was signed, like noticing him a little bit more in Wilson's film, just kind of turning my eye to him. I wasn't overly impressed, but we can see. Hamilcar looked good. Yeah, I think he had a couple of good reps and looked a little bit thicker than I expected. Fant played with the ones. Not sure if he split with Moses. Again, people assume Moses is a shoo-in. Fant played pretty well last year, and in general, I would say Moses is like Fant is more average to slightly below average, where Moses was a lot of average in his career to slightly above average last year. So it's not like a massive gap. Like a lot of Twitter Jets fans out there will just say, assume that like Moses is like a top 10 right tackle. It's not true. He's more in like that 14 to 15 range, where maybe Fant's in that 16 to 17, 18, 19 range. But now we talk about system. The system fits Fant better than Moses. So it's not like a blowout. It's just not. Again, Moses, if he was so great, I'm not trying to shit on. I speak honestly. if he was so great, would he get a max contract of $5.3 million a year? No, he's more average. Back over 100 NY Jets tails. Pete, say left for a second. You gotta come back. You're gonna have Eagle thing. Eagle said, "Nah, I'm crashing. Good night," and jet up. And next week we got the bad man himself, Aaron Rodgers, if he plays big test for the defense. Yeah, of course. Remember the football analyst Merrill Hodge? That's his uncle. Yeah, it's Hodge, right? It always screws me up. Eagle, I will see you in a couple of days. Peace, Eagle. Good night. Peace. Any other questions? Just throw anything else in the chat, and then past that, I think my Wawa is gonna be left at the door right now because I'm about to just pass out. So, anything in the chat? Let me know if you have any questions or anything about the game. If not, then we can call it a good night. And it was just in general. While I ask, or obviously if anybody else has any questions or any talking points or comments, I went into like the stream tonight. I was like, you know what? We'll just do like an hour, maybe an hour or two max. Like, people are gonna be interested in a stream, and we're drinking or I'm drinking, and we're talking football anyway. Why not bring in some Jets fans to this? And it turned into a 4-hour plus stream. So appreciate you guys a lot. I don't think there's anything else. Let's see. We might have a situation right here where I'm gonna try to close out this stream, and again, be my second time doing this. I might completely F it up. So Mike, I'm done too. Thanks, Joe. Always awesome, man. You guys are great. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm gonna close it out. Appreciate you guys. Sunday, 3:05 a.m. I'm gonna wake up and grind some Jets broadcast view of the preseason games because they don't have any all 22. You will see a film review up of the game probably on Tuesday or Wednesday. And then I will be back with Kyle Smith Thursday night at 6 p.m. doing a 53-man roster prediction, talking a little bit more about the preseason and what we learned from watching, the game again. Chat with all of you guys. And I appreciate you.